Good morning, Gavin. Good morning, Philip, Chaz, Ryan, Not a Suit, Dougie, Yusri, Dejan, John S. Brother, Brandon, Wizard, Spelius, Joshua. Good morning, Euro Boomer. Morning, Joe and Ben. Hut. Indices we trust. Multi-gen Blueprint. Fisted. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Y'all doing well this morning? Hell yeah. Howdy, T-Crone. Dylan, good morning.
FMEFBM awarded
Steve, good morning. AK, JB, CB, Christopher D.
To FFM
Morning,
Echo
fam.
Victor Franklin Michael.
Mihai, Tara, we got a lot ahead of us this morning. Good morning, Thomas. Good morning, Multi-Gen. Another busy week. No sleep. Tell you what. Ian SC, how are you? Joe, another busy day. Got a lot to get through before 9:30 this morning.
QQQ as a strategic investment by a long time and new institutional investors.
Bob Kadoud, good morning. Everybody's rolling in here right now. Right on.
A private
Awesome to see
placement
everybody.
transaction of 310,000 shares, or 2.6% of
A lot of
shares
critical
outstanding.
information again
These
this
proceeds
morning.
of $1.5 million.
What happened to slow days?
Lam Research LRCX introducing a suite of
Okay, we'll
selective
stay off
etch
that this
tools
morning.
to
RS,
accelerate
good morning.
chipmakers' 3D roadmaps.
Boom, put the
Lima
paint on this
Romeo
morning.
Charlie X-ray.
All right, here we go. I'm going to switch over. Good morning, Benny Mac. All right, we got a lot to get through this morning, so if you're just tuning in,
Aerojet Rocketdyne AJRD, their solid rocket motor technology supporting the U.S. Army's LC term program.
here. I'm going to mute this because we got a ton to get through this morning, and especially if you're holding short and anything like that, I want to talk to you guys about that as well this morning. We have a ton to get through. How's everybody doing? Good morning, BTCCKK. Morning, Tegan. How are you? We got a lot to get through this morning, so I'll make sure that I get everything correct. All right, so we're going to start with the economic calendar today. Right on, Bloodstunt. Bloodstunt, just a heads up, too. On today's economic calendar, it's not listed on this calendar, but we also have oil inventories, I believe, at 11 o'clock, so be careful with your trading in oil this morning. Good morning, Kari. Good morning, Daniel. Yeah, be careful with the oil trade between somewhere around 10:30, 11 o'clock comes out. I always forget what time it is on Wednesdays. Good morning, Jake. You. All right, so we got to get rolling real quick, okay? Be really fast about this. Economic calendar for today. We've got wholesale inventories, revision at 10 a.m. We've got a couple of Fed speakers today. Where we are in the market, it could be impactful around that 10:30 and 12. Other than that, it's a pretty smooth day, right? We've got CPI coming in tomorrow morning, and you know that there'll be volatility with that. Now, you know, if volatility comes in at what the expectation is, it might be known, right? So the market might take that hit, let it roll over. But last night at the close, we had at 4 p.m. A huge hedge wall come in after 4 p.m. on IWM. That might be something to do with the CPI report coming out on Thursday. It was a bad time to put it in, of course, but I want you to be aware of that as well. And so Thursday is a big day for us, right? We also, at the end of today, have a lot of big tech earnings. I want to show you that. And like yesterday, we didn't really have too many heavy hitters that banks aren't in, but we also know that, reports like Walt Disney, we know Walt Disney always is a scam trade, right? We know that you have to like buy the clothes and then sell it right at the bell on the open. You have to take long trades in Disney. Uber's another one. We've got Twilio, Zynga. Wouldn't worry too much about Mattel and Sonos, but MGM Resorts is another big one. O'Reilly is usually a pretty safe trade. We'll also have some positioning for Twitter on Thursday. And then we've got Datadog, the dog food company, on Thursday at the open. If any of you guys didn't know that Datadog does dog food. And we've got some other biotech kind of stuff in here. We got PepsiCo and Coca-Cola that should tame the market. And the one other good thing, though, about the reports today after the bell, and I believe even Thursday, is we've got a couple hundred almost. I want to say it's somewhere between anywhere from 150 to 200 per day right now. So there should be some stability in the market the next couple days at the end of the day and into tomorrow. But still, there are some heavy hitters in here that people will get aggressive with as we head into the end of the day today. Now, I'm going to go through the spot gamma report as well this morning for you. And I'm going to give you something I want to talk to you about my take on the market for where we are this morning. Just going to read it off together this morning real quick. We've got a futures that push higher to 45.45. Our models still show a fair amount of volatility potential today, with a one-day implied move of 1.26%, which is quite high. The SP 500 spent the back half of yesterday's session pinned to that large SPY 450 line, 45.20 for SPX. We now see this area as a key support. As above the strike we're in, positive gamma should creep in, invoking supportive daily flows as per Monday's note. The put wall metric has shifted to 100 handles higher, which has been correlated to rallies in the market. Now, the put wall metric means the put wall has come up from a lower level, right? We know that it was much, much lower. It was down around 4,400. And then we've got 460 SPY and 4,600 SPY. SPX is the target area above, and based on indicative ES prices 45 and our volatility forecast 1.2%. And one standard deviation move, that 4,600 area appears achievable today. I want you to think about this real quick, okay? Because when we look at the charts this morning, I want you to realize that even if we tag 4,600, there's a fair chance that we're either going to sell down off the bell and then head up to 4,600, or if we tag 4,600, then we're going to sell off from there as well. So just be conscious of that today. I think it's slightly lower. I think it's like 45. 85 or something. I don't think it's quite at 46. And if everybody knows it's at 4,600, there will be sellers at some point. There's also going to be some bulls that are going to want to get in, and they're not going to want to buy the bell and trade it straight up. They're going to be looking for a dip, right? You're also going to have overnight holders that are going to want to sell their positions to take profit. Not everybody, but just be conscious of that. If we green bar it straight up, there's a fair chance that we're going to ricochet off. Okay? And the second issue would be, do sellers come in before we even get to 4,600, right? Do we get to 40 or 45, 50, 85 or something like that, or even near there, and we sell off? We'll look at the charts here in just a minute. But I want you to be aware of that. And then for such a heavy move up from last night, there's a fair chance that we sell right at the bell. There was a supportive green bar in pre-market with a green tail on it, and typically we red bar it down off those in previous trading sessions over time. Just be conscious of that as we head into the open this morning. We also highlight I got more for you guys. We also highlight the 360 and QQQs as an important level, as it appears to be above the strike wherein call positions pick up. Our general feeling here is that the market has found balance at 4,500. I also want you guys to have these key numbers, okay, on your charts. 4,600, I would go lower. We'll show it on another chart here. 45.34, 44.75. Right, we know that's we know that the support is 45.45. You can always pause this video, come back. Our general feeling here is that the market has found balance at 4,500 and needs a push to invoke the next options-based feedback loop. It is above that 45.20 is the SPX vol trigger, right? And that we view the upside loop as having more edge. If the S&P can push up into 4,600, that should further drag realized volatility lower, which in turn can drag down implied volatility. Lower implied volatility suggests that the Vanna trade persists as a supportive tailwind. Okay, so their point is that if we get up to 4,600, we shouldn't ricochet off. We should trade higher. That does, though, lend some credence to us red barring it down, finding more buyers and support today to push us up to 4,600. And then if we stick around at 4,600, we should continue the Vanna trade on. So this feels like it is becoming a pain trade for put holders too. As days pass without a material downside move, those puts lose value, which builds supportive flows for markets. Now, I want to give you a key here, okay? We've been talking about day in, day out here that we talked about, can we get up to 45.60, 45.85, somewhere in there. And if we were to move to 4,600, that we need to trade past 4,600. If we do not, we will trade down, okay? And we will test lower lows. I still have put spreads on at 42. No, yeah, 4,200. Well, I don't know. I'll have to check what they are. But they're like 44 or 44.0 and 44.2. I've got put spreads dated for February 18th, and I'm sweating on those put spreads right now. Even though I'm trading the market up, I'm still holding those as a hedge, and those hedges remain in the market. And that's one of the keys why we're heading up right now, is that all of us are hedged out there, and none of us are adding to that hedging. So everybody in the market right now is hedged to the tits. Everybody's got a fucking hedge on across the fucking market, but nobody's adding into that hedge. And so as those hedges are decaying into February, some people are rolling into March, and even yesterday rolling into May, but there's no additional put flow. And as a point as well, right, there's no real call flow either. That's way outside of the money. We saw some the past few days outside of the money further down the road. We've seen banks buying calls on specific tickers into June, July, targeting specific stocks, but you don't have the market-wide jump-in point. There was a jump-in point yesterday. If you noticed into the bell yesterday, when we didn't sell off, when we traded down yesterday, and I said, hey, I'm buying this into the bell, right? We did get that kick-in of banks buying us into the bell last night. Now, there's another thing to consider today, and that is a short squeeze or shorts wanting to jump in immediately to trade this down, because the shorts are getting fucked this morning. No matter what, they're getting fucked. So they're going to either have to flip to long off the bell and trade us higher, or they're going to have to triple down to try to get back their money. So I want you to realize that as well. The banks are more than likely not short any longer. It's more than likely retail traders that are upside down if they're short this market overnight. Now, I do want you to be aware of this, though, because when we open today and we trade up to the 4,600, this is a place where you can get trapped. This is a place where people will sell their puts. They'll sell their protection. They're going to get really super, uber, duper bullish. They're going to say we're going to 4,800, right? And boom, that's when it happens. Okay, the more bullish that you get, the more disregard you have for the market. That's usually where there's a turn. I'm not going to close my hedging. I'd rather see them die into the 18th than trust this market or banks right now. We're not above. We haven't broken our channel yet. We haven't made all-time highs yet. We're not even in this phase of being bullish. Now, I'm bullish here after 4,600, but I just want you to be aware that where we are, right, is still a place where you should not be complacent to where we are and where we're heading right now. Not a time to be complacent. And one more thing is that bears know that they can attempt to jump in here this morning at 9:30 and try to trade this down. Do I think we're going to trade down at the bell? I don't know. I don't know if you should take profit at the bell or continue to let it ride up. I'm not going to make that decision for you. I'll tell you that I'm more than likely going to take my money off the table right at 9:30. I'm going to take my profits and look for another buy-in higher. If I miss the trade from the bell to 4,600 or just below 4,600, I'm just going to wait for the next trade to go higher, okay? So I don't know what to say to you on that. If you're a bull that didn't buy the close yesterday and you're looking to get in, it's tough to say because it's going to be the Wild West. If you buy for a green bar straight up, that's possible that we can green bar it straight up. I'm going to give that a chance of 35%. I'm going to give us a 65% chance that we red bar it down and then we're going to get another lift up. Okay? Just be conscious of that this morning. I just want you to be careful of that this morning. Calls are overeating. And you can buy both. The other thing you could do, right, is you just buy some calls off the bell, right? And if we start to burn to get some more support, you can roll them into a bigger position. So there's two parts to this, right? You can pick, let's say you get 460s off the bell, and let's say you start off with like 10%. This isn't your whole bank, okay? Like let's say you're going to spend $10,000. You could buy $1,000 in zero dates, and then scale in, right? Add another 1,000, another 1,000, another 1,000. If you have the bullish point of view that we're going to 460 today, right? And then you eventually scale down to where if you miss that first rip up, you're able to add on the way back down to make your dollar cost average on calls heavy and cheap. Okay, so if you're only getting with $1,000 and we go straight to 4,600, you're going to make a lot of money. If you start to burn that down, who cares? Because you're going to add another $9,000 as we head down for the next ripper higher. Now that is the viewpoint in the market this morning for most people out there. I would be careful though. But be careful of these bulls out there that are telling you we're going all-time highs, so we're going to go here and go there, because these are bulls that are jumping in at the end, not before, okay? They haven't been trading this up the past few days, and so I just want you to be careful of that as we move forward. Hold on. So just, if you're in before everybody else, you don't need to have as much risk as everybody else. You can wait for pullbacks to trade it higher. So that's all I've got for spot gamma over here. I'll scroll through this in case you guys want to see some key levels and support. You can always pause this video and come back to it. And spot gamma, I love spot gamma, but sometimes they'll come back with, hey, remember we talked about this the other day? They give you two options almost every day. I don't know how familiar you guys are with spot gamma, but they can sometimes have a lean towards one way, but then the day turns out different. And then they'll come back and say, look, we told you the chances of this happening, okay? So you get this nice bounce over here, got a nice another bounce over here. You're going to probably look for another bounce at some point here. To see how we're trading in this huge Vanna trade right here. And you're going to hear Bull saying we're going to Vanna trade this up for another 1, 2, 3 days. It's possible. I'm not saying that we can't, okay? But I want you to see right here, right in this trading range right here. We're on the high side of this trading range. It'd be nothing for us to trade down. You've got the support level here at 45.40. That's from spot gamma as well, right? These are the same bars we've had here for days. You got another support down here. This was the closing bell, right, at 45.85. You've got another support level down here at 447.47, so 447.50, I guess. And you've got another one way back down here at 4,400 still hanging out down here. And then I've got this other little line over here for this bottom, and this bottom right here kind of meets up to this 44.7.47. So just know as a bull, if you're like, I'm buying this open, right, and you're going to go 100% in, and if we trade down, and let's say your bank is 10 grand, and you're like, well, I'm going to go in 10 grand right here. If we trade down, you're fucked. Like you ain't getting out of it, even if we hit 4,600 above. Okay, you're fucked. You're going to be fucked in your calls. So be conscious and be deliberate in your trading today. Okay. Now, if you only put $1,000 in, you're going to make a reasonable profit as we trade higher, right? So I'm going to put this 4,600 up here, and just want you to see where this volatility is, okay? And I want to show you why. So the price target above is 4,600, but we've got 45.7.54, right? This is a previous. I'm going to go to a bigger time frame here. So this first resistance here is the prior high, right? So we remember that one there, right? And then 4,600, I'm going to show you that other one right here. At 4,600, right, is right in here. This is where this level of support was right here before we start to make a huge drop down. So this is that volatility zone before we get back into positive gamma, okay? So even the price target up here of 4,600, I'm going to doubt that we actually get that high. I'm not going to take this trade as a bull higher than this. I'm going to let the banks do it for me, let them settle us above here, and then I'll take that trade higher from there. The last key point is you see this white line right here? I want to show you this white line right here. Okay, this is another critical juncture to be scared of. Honestly, be scared of, because this is major resistance going back to all-time highs, okay? And until you break through this, and typically when you break through this on any corrective move on a stock, you typically trade above this and you'll trade sideways and then make your move higher. Okay, almost always. Not every time, but I'm telling you, like 99% of the time, that typically happens when you hit that zone, okay? And we're going to look at that. Look at that resistance. It's right here, okay? I just want to show you this. I want to show you this one more time. Okay, no matter what anybody's telling you out there, no matter what Spot Gamma is telling you out there, I want you to see that right even just in here, okay? You are going to see resistance here. We're not even at 4,600 yet. Just be conscious of this, okay? That when we hit this area, this zone here, that confluence is going to matter. No matter what you think, it's going to matter today, I promise. Okay? All right, looking for penny puts. My P-time prediction was way off, but one day, Monday, I said Thursday news would come out that P-time is not going to be bought by somebody. Sell the rips. Yeah, we're still not. I want you to be careful, okay? Because we in this corrective trade, I want to show you something else. I want to show you guys one other thing here, okay? And this is the bear case. There's a couple different bear cases here, okay? And I want to show you the other bear case. There's like two still left to play out. That that have or haven't played out yet. It's already 9:19. I'm going to do one more bear case for you. I just want to show you, okay? For all of you out there that are bullish right now, this is when times get really scary, okay? And it's right here, okay? It's this one big move down, 2, right? You have this nice big fake out up here, and then what you end up doing is just trading down into March, okay? So I just want you to be careful of this, okay? This correction right here, this happens. This happened to Tesla, okay? You get that like we're going places, and then boom, we get fucked. So if you're a bull, this is a place where bears are going to want to step in. Even if we're trading higher this morning, you'd bump up, and then all of a sudden it's all the news. Shitty CPI numbers. Fucking, I don't think Ukraine's going to invade, but there's any kind of bullshit they can bring up to you that'll make the news make us sell off. So just consider this as a bull. Can you handle if we do this? Okay. Are you hedged for? This is why I'm not selling my puts, because of this right here. If this happens and I'm just long in the market, right? This would kick me out of the market. This would do some damage. If I'm in for like 20-30% of my account, and we start going down this way, and I start revenge trading this back up here, I could get burned like bad. So just be conscious of this as we trade higher here. Have not your blinders on, but be thinking about what everybody is telling you and talking to you about in social media. Do not trust CNBC. Do not trust anything in the news. You're informed. You know where we're going. You know what's up, and you trade accordingly. Okay. If you're gonna trade this today. If you're going to keep trading this today, right, the safest bet as a bull is you don't need the entire trade. If we trade up here, right, you can wait for us to build support here and take this trade higher. You've got all this space up here to take it to 480. I don't think we're trading over 480, but you've got all this room to make tons of money. Just look back on a year, right? So where we are in a year, right? Look at a year. We're basically like right here. And you've got all this room to make money up here. So don't get over like super ooper duper fucking bullish. Like just don't. Because this is where, if it fails, because of this huge drop we had, it is easy for you to lose context of where we truly are. I mean, look at where we are right here. Right? We're literally like right here. This is where we are. That doesn't mean we don't trade higher, but it means we've got a ton more room to keep trading higher if you're super duper bullish, okay? If you're not super duper bullish, then you have to be measured in your attack to all-time highs, and then look for a rejection. Look for us to keep trading sideways. Take your profit as we trade and move forward, okay? You guys got all this? You guys understand all this, right? Yeah, this is all fib retracements. Everything I got here is fib retracements. I do fib retracements in all of my charting. I use volume profile, market profile. I use Elliott wave counts. I just don't show you guys everything, okay? We can do all that shit together, but you guys have seen me do fib retracements actually on this channel. You guys have seen me do fib retracements. I did one this past week for you guys live, I think on ES, right? I'm almost positive I have a fib. Matter of fact, it's probably still there. I'm not going to do it now. It's 9:22, but I'll show you the fib retracement that I've got on ES on TradingView. You guys have seen it already in the past. Just be conscious of where we are, okay? Don't get blindsided and be like, I didn't know. Cap didn't tell me. I only heard what I wanted to hear this morning, but not what I needed to hear. Okay, so you guys sometimes you guys pay attention, and then sometimes you guys are like, he didn't say this, right? So make sure that you know both sides of this trade. Make sure you know what could happen inside of this trade. There's another little line here. Do you guys want to post this to Twitter for you, so you guys have a better viewpoint or vantage point of where I think the real rejection is up here, and what I'm really looking for us to get up to that 4,600. I can post that for you if you want. Yeah, you guys have seen me on Mondays and Sundays, or Mondays I always do the volume profile for you guys. At least one day a week I'll show you the Elliott wave stuff or the Fibonacci retracements. I don't do the counts for you guys. And then you guys see the book map. So I do traditional charting. I layer that with volume profile, market profile, and then I use Elliott wave counts and also use fib retracements, all that kind of shit. Okay, and then we finish it up with book map, options flow, the dome, market sentiment, trading sentiment, investor sentiment, and then the news, of course, right? We're trading with the news every day. So I hope you guys, any guys that bought, I'll only say it once. Any guys that bought last night, congratulations. I'm gonna turn this off here and get the book map up and running for us this morning, and we'll get the news back on for you, so we know we can hear the open.
Net loss of 90 million euro.
How you guys
Charlie
all
Romeo
doing?
Golf India trading in Milan.
Yeah, WikiFace is like, hell's no. Yeah, we do spot gamma. We also layer spot gamma in there with negative and positive gamma, not really negative and positive. And then we layer in volatility levels as well. So we got a lot of levels going on here, or layers to where we think we are when we think we're going. You guys tracking all this morning? You guys tracking all this morning? You guys tracking everything? Everybody okay out there this morning? Are you guys long with me from last night? We know we talked about buying it right before the bell, and then we talked about buying it again after the bell. We only had a few minutes left to go long. Did any of you guys follow me into that trade? Am I the only one in here that's long into this open? Yeah, it's flip of a coin at the open for sure. It's if I have to give it to anything, it's going to be a drop, and then unless nobody was in calls yesterday, it might not drop. There's a few factors, but I know for sure that the bears are going to be looking to short the bell. That's without a doubt. That's what they're looking for. Bears are getting salty, and I understand that. Make sure I'm connected here. We're going to get started. We got 4 more minutes left until the opening bell. We're ready to rock and roll this morning. I might not be able to talk to you for the first couple seconds because I want to see what's going on with my. Bring this forward. I want to see. I'm a little panicky right now too, just to be honest with you. So I want to make sure I get the money. If you're just tuning in, pause this broadcast if you have a chance and watch. We're doing every day a daily brief right before the start when we can. At least a refresher, the most up-to-date refresher you can have. Nope. For the opening bell every day before the market opens. I don't need the jar, baby. I need the hero jar. Get that sauce going. Congratulations to anybody that bought and held through the night. I'm going to be looking to take profit off the bell, just in case if you're wondering, so that I can re-enter once more. Get a little bit of resistance above it, 45.558, but these change typically off the bell. Try to get this as fast as we possibly can. Rolling. We have 3 minutes left until the bell. You along with me, Binky, brother? Right on, right on. Yeah, if you're gonna take a short on the SPY, wait for the first few minutes to see if we green barred straight up. The easiest thing is to take it at 60. Billy S has got some coffee. Billy has coffee, too much coffee. No, I'm a little panicky mostly about my calls, right? Is anticipation. I'm all like amped up over that shit. Long Facebook, yeah. If we have a chance today, we've got 2 more minutes left. If we have a chance today, right, we're going to talk about, the other day I talked to you guys briefly about banks having to go long this market. They'll probably do it 2 or 3 times before the year's out. And also what they're buying, even if we're only trading for a month or 2 or 3 at a time. And so we'll talk about that when we have a slow moment in the market. Because we keep showing certain tickers haven't come back enough. Some tickers have come back enough. We have under a minute left for the open.
Audio is not broadcast quality, is not clear, or is choppy.
Yeah, no, that's clear. we got quality signal here. We've got 40 seconds left until the bell opens. Congratulations to any of you bulls out there. We got buyers stepping in the last 30 seconds. We know we've got a resistance above real quick, even off the bell, 45589. 22 seconds left. Almost there. Congratulations, bulls. Thank you very much for the free money. I appreciate it. Just off the bell, 460 Cs are only 15 cents. Dirt cheap.
Stellantis STLA saying that trucker protests in Canada led the company to cut short first and second shifts on Tuesday at its Windsor assembly plant due to part shortages. The plant has resumed production, and the car makers are working with carriers to mitigate further disruptions.
We'll be adding some 460 Cs here in just a little bit. Lots of bulls just straight loading up on 460C. Very dangerous trade. I'm in some 460s now. I'll average down 10,000 contracts on 460C. I do think that we trade down, but we're going to check it out right now and see if we trade higher. Sometimes you get that fake bar off the open, and then you wind up trading down. So we'll see how this goes. And if we reverse, I will double down, triple down. Off the bell this morning at 9:30, we have Apple calls 318 175C for $400,000. Tesla calls, baby, 211 915C for $775,000. Tesla calls again February 11th 915C, $1.1 million. RCL calls $70,000 on March 18th 100C. Royal Caribbean 100, woof. And then we've got NVIDIA 211 February 11th 265C for $32,000. More NVIDIA calls February 11th 260C for $63,000. I don't think anybody was in yesterday, so we'll see what happens here off the bell. Already trading higher, 455.70. You're going to look for a little bit of resistance right here at 455.90. See what happens here. Those 460 calls are now up to 19.20 cents on those 460 calls. We're down to like 15, 16 cents for a minute there. Now up 21 cents. Yeah, I have lots of people loading up on 456 Cs for $1.40 something, 46 or whatever. And then a bunch more calls down at that 460. Looks like they're taking on both positions. 456C and 460C on the day. 460 calls up 22 cents. Finding a little bit of resistance right where we are. Just keep conscious of this right here. Okay, 456 right here. A little bit of resistance. Here indicator is slightly green. We've got more buyers than sellers. Let's have a look above and see where, if there's any real resistance above. Looks like sellers are above at 461.18. Looks like some other sellers have stepped right in, right where we are. So be careful of this right here. We've got some sellers here and then above at 461. Right where we are and then above at 461. If you're just tuning in, pause the video, go straight back. The beginning of this video was only half an hour ago, and we'd give an entire synopsis on the day, what our expectations are for today. Let's look for support below if you're a bull trying to buy a dip.
More from Polish Central Bank Governor Kowalski saying they will do
454.79.
everything possible to stop lasting inflation caused by domestic factors.
His first area of support, 454.77.8883. So basically 455. We'll look lower from there and see if the smart money is any lower. Now, this is big to see right here. This means there's a lot of bulls trying to push us up right where we are. Okay? That's a lot of volatility, a lot of support in the market. We'll go back to where we were originally. We'll try to spread it out a little bit. Sellers stepping right in. I'm going to assume that these are trapped shorts. So if we break above this level here, right where we are, I'm not seeing anything lower. This is definitely you can't really squeeze the SPY, but this is looking close to it. Another support level showing up here, down here at 454.74. Conscious of this down below here. Calls on Qs, February 22nd, 370C for $157,000. NVIDIA calls February 11th, 250C.
Lipinski of Polish Central Bank acknowledging that in the medium term, CPI will not be in the target range.
If you're a bull and you want to wait to see what happens, you're going to be looking to pick up the SPY once again above 456.06. You want to see a breakthrough above here, and then we can take this higher to 460. Otherwise, you're going to be looking for some support down below. How are you guys all doing? You guys take some profit off the table from that hold from last night? You guys take the money and run? Tesla. You guys want to see Tesla? Tesla calls are wild right now. We'll load Tesla up for you boys, girls. I'm going to try to load some more calls here just in case. I've sold calls and bought calls and sold calls once already at this point. I sold off the bell, bought another rack, sold another rack right at that 45591. I'm going to look to see if we're going to get some rejection or not. Just be conscious right here, okay? The hero indicator is turning very negative right now. I'm not going to buy another rack. Be real careful here. Hero indicator is negative at 19,000. You can see in the bottom left, right-hand side. I might just wait a minute for the next rack. $454.78. Now trading higher at 456.02. 456.05. Patience. Hey, Damien, how you doing, brother? Henry's in on Goog, right? Go on, take the money and run. Yeah, I'm gonna step back here for a minute. Look for a dip.
We're 10 minutes or so into the U.S. trading session. The Dow up 240, the S&P up 50 or so handles at 45.70, and the Nasdaq Composite up about 200 points at 14,392. The Russell 2000 up 1.25%. Crude futures are near the highs of the day, up about 0.25%, and bond yields remain lower, but we've seen some selling, particularly at the 10-year 1.936%, the 2-year 1.34.
A little bit of a reversal here on IWM. Just make a note of that.
Wacker Chemie trading in Germany, Wacker Neuson
VIX.
Group trading in Germany, reporting preliminary revenue and earnings exceeding their 2021 guidance.
So VIX is based out a little bit at
That's WAC
2132.
in Germany.
Keep an eye on the VIX currently.
They expect revenue for the full year to be about 1.87 billion euro. That would be up from 1.62 billion in the year ago period. EBIT seen at 193 million euro, up from 76 million. Saying they were able to deliver more machinery to customers during the fourth quarter than had been initially assumed.
Be careful of the VIX here.
Saying their fourth quarter EBIT does include a positive one-off effect in the amount of about 11 million euro from a pre-term receipt of receivables.
SPY puts coming in February 14th, 455p for $347,000. Amazon calls 218 330.50C 3350C $180,000. VIX is bottoming a little bit, right? Basing. Oh no, VIX just fell off a map. Woo! VIX just dumped to 20.47. Full reversal. There you guys see that VIX dump that just took place? More SPY calls coming in February 14th, 455p for $713,000. You guys just see that reversal on the VIX? More SPY puts coming in February 14th, 455p, $629,000. Now up to a little bit over $1 million in SPY puts here. Snap calls 218.40C, $51,000. SPY ripping to 45.6.21 off of the VIX dumping. Hello. Woof. Talk about a wild open. Shima, pause the video, go right back to the beginning, and we review the entire outlook for today. About a half an hour long, worth watching. Gives you a complete outline of what our take is here. A viewpoint of the day. Just a heads up out there, 455p, bears are stepping in. They got a rack of $1 million in puts for February 14th. Take a look at February 14th. Oh, yeah. Looks like 14.6 thousand contracts. SPY, February 14th, 455p. 214, 455p, $1.7 million. SPY, February 9th, 453p, $55,000. Bears are laying it on thick here, right where we are. Bears now in for, let's have a look, see. Bears are in for $3.6 million on puts, focused around two strikes, February 9th and February 14th. On February 9th, they've got 453p, 456p, small money like 55 grand, 187 grand. Looks like the big money's sitting on February 14th, 455p for a few $1 million, more than a few $1 million. Yeah, I am flat right now on new trades. The only thing that I'm sitting on now is put protection that I've been sitting on for some time. Again, looks like dip buyers are down at 454.75. Price target above is 461. We've got about even Steven on buyers and sellers. Hero indicator is negative right now. I want to show you guys this, okay? I want you to be careful of this right here, okay? Now this can change, but if this starts to stack up over time, we keep seeing bears stepping in and just laying it on thick. It will be an issue. You will see some dealer hedging. SPX, February 9th, 4600C for $121,000. You know, I tried to look last night I want to buy SPX options flow. I had a real struggle trying to find it, how to buy it. I went looking at Bloomberg terminal too, to buy a Bloomberg terminal. You know, Bloomberg terminals aren't that good. I requested a demo of a knockoff Bloomberg terminal. Man, their fucking news is slow as fuck. Like the instant messaging is cool, but their information is not. I mean, I don't know. Got mixed feelings on it. Buyers stepping in down below here at 45.5.63. More buyers down below. Take a look down below and see if there's any banks thinking we're going to trade lower. And just look at this wall of buyers here. It's insane. Usually this is above, right? So the hero indicator is it's a cumulative of options flow. So, and it's real time. So regardless of what, let's say, a flow service is showing you, it takes a cumulative positioning of options flow, right? And says we've got more puts coming in at the 1 minute hour here. We've got more puts coming in here, more puts coming in here, more puts coming in here. That also shows these green arrows, these diamonds, and these diamonds are showing you the number of put contracts that are coming out versus the number of call contracts that are coming out, and the impact of calls and puts on the momentum of the market. And then we have the order flow on the right-hand side here, the dome, and you want to be paying attention to where the real buyers are. You see how there's less buyers where we are, and there's more buyers down here, like 454.80. That's what this ice is here. Same thing above. See this big red line up here? See that big mountain, this iceberg of sellers above? And we'll tend to trade to one side or the other, right? So we're either going to trade to where the real buyers are down below, where the real sellers are above, based upon how much options flow there is out there, right? Plus a bunch of other crap too. I don't know what that. You need more words, Billy. You're just good using Twitter and YouTube to get news. I don't understand your question. So for news, so that's a good point. Yesterday, Joe Donut and I were talking about the news that we follow, right? And so personally, I use Trade the News for my news. If it's important, they'll tell me what that news is and if there's any impact of that news, but it's unbiased. Like I don't follow CNBC.
Well, the central bank governor saying he'll encourage his MPC to hike rates in March.
So the guy that's speaking with me, that's the news that I follow. And I'll read like rags and shit when I'm outside of market hours, but in market hours, I follow Trade the News. There's a lot of puts out there right now. Just heads up, okay? Whole lot of puts where we are. Now, the hero indicator, right, might not always show where the current price is. If the hero indicator stays negative, let's say for an hour or two, and we're just trading sideways, it works because it will show you that the market will eventually roll over, right? If the hero indicator is positive for 2 hours and we're just trading sideways, we're more than likely going to be trading up at some point. If we're trading down and the hero indicator flips from negative to positive, you're looking for a turn in the market.
Saying it's hard to say if there will be a hike of 25 basis points or 50 basis points next.
Does that help? Yeah, so Trade the News is faster than even Twitter. So I get the news here faster than Walter Bloomberg posts it on Twitter. If you guys listen to this news that I get...
Poland's Kaplinski saying that there's no harm for rates at 3.5% or even 4% in Poland.
You'll see Walter Bloomberg probably uses this service. Pretty much the fastest news you can get by 1 to 5 minutes. Yeah, Bloomberg Terminal. I'm not sold on it. It's not the fastest. I think the 100 BPS might have to do with foreign markets. So, hold on. Yeah, if I'm buying puts, I typically follow the big money. And then if they roll, I roll with them. And if when I'm bullish, I put way less protection on. But right now, I've got a lot of protection on. It's like a cost of doing business for where we are in the market. You can't ride fucking naked where we are in the market if you're a bull. And I am a bull, but I am bearish right now. Actually, right where we are specifically, I'm more neutral. My viewpoint is neutral in the market. But I don't think you can trade as a bull right now without protection on yourself. IWM puts March 18th, 196p, $225,000. IWM puts March 18th, 196p, $400,000. Yeah, I don't think you can trade this market. I trade. Let's start at the beginning, right? IWM puts March 18th, 196p, $2.2 million. Warning on that call or on that put. IWM March 18th, 196p for $2.2 million. I think that might match the put wall that came out last night at the bell. Let's take a look at that from yesterday. I think yesterday's put wall. I think those are the same strikes, same dates. SPY puts. February 9th, 455p for $76,000. Now be careful because these puts can be hedging. So the dealers will hedge these puts out into March, and you're trying to catch daily puts, right? There's two different kinds of puts too. There's hedging, and then there's puts with hedging, and they both have different impacts. You'll see dealer hedging on hedges, and that impact will be brief, right? And then if you see follow through with puts on the market, that will then make a cascading effect that we go down. But otherwise, they won't actually print those puts that are, if they're hedges, unless there's a cascade of puts following with the hedging. I don't know if they described that well enough for you. Just be conscious of that.
About 5 minutes out of the top of the hour, we'll get December final wholesale inventory data.
You got 5 more minutes.
2.1% wholesale trade sales, seen 1.5%.
Missed that. Google, February 11th, 2900C, $264,000. Yeah, Google. Google, February 11th, 2900C, $206,000. Couple racks for almost $500,000 on Google. DKNG, $63,000 in calls, February 18th, 25C. XLF is looking strong still, just a heads up on that. XLF hasn't sold off yet, really. That's a good indicator in a market. XLU is selling down, which is good. That doesn't mean that we're risk off right now, so be careful on this hero indicator currently. It could have a lot of hedging impact on it and not seeing put flow for today, right? A major put flow for today. I might get back and nope. I'll scratch that. I'm wrong on that. I'm seeing 51,000 contracts on 455P expiring today, February 9th. Also watching call flow coming in. LFLY, February 18th, 7.5C, high algo score, $67,000. Tesla, February 18th, 1000C, $278,000. Lyft, February 11th, 42C, $39,000. Tilray, dude, all over, like Eric Bacchus, a whole bunch of people are talking about
Tesla
weed
CEO
stocks.
in an interview post-earnings saying that they are looking into potentially producing a generic version of Pfizer's Paxlovid for the treatment of COVID-19.
I want to get some stuff going here for you. So Leafly, LFLY, now a second round of calls, February 18th, 7.5C for $30,000. Keep your eyes out on Leafly for a pump. Uber for their earnings. Uber, February 11th, 39.5C, $246,000. Pretty decent. Pretty decent bid there on Uber. SPY puts, February 11th, 453P, $580,000. I misspoke earlier. I didn't think there was a ton of puts for today on the SPY, and it looks like everybody's loaded up on 455P. There's 55,000 contracts expiring today. Same story on Tesla, and everybody has a different story on Tesla, but we're maintaining here that the buy the dip is, of course, 880 to 900, and then you're trading it up to 950. American Airlines, AAL, June 16th, 20C. Air indicators turning slightly green on Tesla. Maybe I'll give the benefit of the doubt. We'll find some support here in Tesla. Do have more sellers on Tesla. Air indicators turning slightly green.
1 minute to our data. December final wholesale inventory is expected 2.1%, which would be in line with the preliminary. Wholesale trade sales expected 1.5%, which would be up 0.2 from preliminary.
Bloodstun saying that Apple's going to allow Bitcoin card payments on iPhone Tap to Pay. Thanks for the update, Bloodstun. That's a nice bid. You know, some of you guys are looking for tickers to trade into.
December wholesale inventories data in just a few seconds.
Trade into summertime. You've got to trade right here, right? American Airlines, June 16th, 20C for $582,000. Nice expansion on American Airlines. I think that's American Airlines, right? You're wrong. The key being that. Oh, wait 1 second here.
Inventories 2.2%. It's 1 tenth higher than expected. Wholesale trade sales at 0.2%, below the 1.5%.
Positive. 0.2% versus 1.5% expected on wholesale inventories.
Singapore that U.S. Vice President Harris to attend a Munich security conference in an effort to rally allies and seek to defuse the Ukraine crisis.
I'm going to throw some calls on there in that trade just in case.
Teva CEO in an interview saying that nationwide opioid settlement could reach as high as $3.6 billion in cash for Tango Echo Victor.
I'm going to trade that news. Tesla calls, February 11th, 930C, $774,000. Watching a lot of Tesla calls come in all morning long since the bell. Tesla bulls are getting aggressive. Watching some more puts on SPY, February 9th, 454P, $51,000. Looks like retail traders. I'd be careful not to confuse hedging with put flow. Uber's catching a bid. They have ER today. Looks like they caught a bounce down below here at 38.17. Might be a nice day trade today.
Schnabel saying if high current inflation threatens to lead to a de-anchoring of inflation expectations, we may still need to respond.
I just don't know that I would drink the Kool-Aid on it into the close today.
Schnabel saying raising rates would not lower energy prices.
Once again, tagging that channel that we had established. This is a second attack on the channel. Another attack on the trading channel that we had from yesterday. So we've traded up into the channel from yesterday. Just this localized trading channel that started yesterday. When did it start? Started at 10 o'clock yesterday morning. This is the second time we've traded up into that channel. I just sold for profit. I bought them at 15 cents, sold them for 20 cents. Those were 460Cs. I'm in and out of 460Cs right now, if any of you guys are wondering. So February 9th, 460C. They're bouncing down at like 15 cents and then trading up to 20 cents. It's good for 25% rips. 44, 56, 44. You guys wanted me to look at a ticker that you're interested in? Let me know. Yeah, let's see. Let's look at Uber next. Okay, so we talked about this earlier, right? I said to you that there's a difference between hedging and put flow. If you don't know what that is, Google search that. I think you probably will find it somewhere. But there's a difference between hedging flow and put flow. So if I am, let me explain it. I'll give you a second here and I'll explain it to you for you. So if I'm a bank, right? I'm like some fat old white guy with greasy fingers. And I got a bunch of like young guys who are working a prop desk for me. And me and my other fat buddy, old fat white guy, were like, okay, so I want Jimmy to place an order for some hedges on the market. They're going to come find me and they're going to be like, okay, Jimmy, I want you to place $30 million put hedging right where we are on the market.
Speech novel saying that the empirical link between money growth and inflation has weakened over recent decades.
Right. So I'm the prop desk trader, and I'm like, okay, so I slam down $30 million on hedging for a specific date. I do it in block trades. And some days my boss is going to say to me, my boss is going to say to me, I also want you to slap on some puts expiring today for another, another, I don't know, $100,000, $500,000 in puts for today. Right? So those are two different sets. The dealers, right, the market makers, they're all, you consider these people all the same, right, in this context. They are going to look at that flow and they look at it differently and they hedge it differently. Okay? What's going on here? They don't look at it in the same perspective. And they don't treat it the same in how they hedge it either. You don't always know how they're hedging it, but typically they treat it differently. Got more buyers than sellers on Uber. First resistance on Uber, $39.94. Support lies at $38. Slightly negative hero indicator. Looks like your real sellers, though, are above here. $39.90. Look at that wall of sellers above here. This would be a big move. This would be a really nice strangle or even a really nice straddle. Because if they get a good, I mean, lift is helping them, right? If they get a great ER, boom. You know what else would be nice too? You could straddle this with some with a put and call spread. That way you get the print and you don't even care about the interest. So anyways, the dealers hedge differently depending upon the type of puts that are being purchased. You just buy a put and a call spread. You're gonna tag, just do in the money on both. I don't know if they would, or I would put the put spread out farther out, maybe. Call spread expiring like right now. I don't know. I'd have to look at the math on it and see if they print harder. Maybe if they do them slightly outside the money because they're puts and call spreads. I'd have to look at the math on them. Too complicated for me right now. SPY trading higher. First resistance point was 56.37.
Speech level saying that in the event of renewed market fragmentation related to the pandemic, PEP.
If we can break through these sellers right here, next target would be 457.21. Well, they can sell. I mean, it depends on the time of day. It depends upon the time of day. It depends how they hedge. You don't know if they're just short, long stock. You don't know if they're buying stock. You don't know if they're selling or buying calls. You don't know what they're doing. It can be a mix of all of that as well. So you want to take that into consideration. We're looking at a negative hero indicator over here, because I don't think that the hero indicator accounts for some of that hedging. It might. I don't know the answer to that part. That's sometimes makes you wonder if I should like reset the hero indicator, like turn bookmap off and reset it to not account for the hedging, because it's really critical is the flow that's out there for today. And they're loading up. Like, so February 9th, right? February 9th, they've now purchased, algos have now purchased almost 70,000 contracts on 455p, expiring today. These are all bought today. And they're down. They're upside down on them right now. I think at one point they were at like $2. And now they're at like $1.13, $1.12 or something. And we'll look at the 11th for Friday. So on the 11th and Friday, we've got bulls on the long side, 460C, $1.40. Those aren't cheap either. Those are expensive. Also have interest on 445p for February 11th. 25,000 contracts. Those cost 58 cents. A cheaper buy-in if you're bearish right now rather than buying February 9th. Cheaper buy-in on 445p. Those are 60 cents. See what you guys are saying here. All the time with those greasy hand white guys. Yeah, that's what they are. That's whose money we're trying to take, by the way. I'm not trying to take money from another trader or an investor. I'm trying to take, or a bear or anybody else. I don't want all that old white guy's money. I want just a little bit. Whatever billions he has, he's not going to be missing, a few $100,000 or $1 million a year. If you can just peel that money off without the old white guy. Which is sad to say it is, right? It's usually some creepy old greasy white guy. You guys want to look at the William? I'm going to show you guys Google real quick. I'll bring up the Goog. Fuck, is Piton up again? I haven't even looked at Piton this morning. I'm so disgusted. Oh, there's a ripper down on SPY. Blam. Fucking Piton. I mean, what are we gonna do? We're gonna trade Piton to $100? You tell me Piton's $100 stock? Is that what you're telling me? Got like the My Pillow guy here. Roblox February 11th 68C, $35,000. Lots of calls. Tesla calls. Tesla February 11th 930C, $792,000. SPY puts February 9th 453P for $59,000. Lots of calls on airlines still. Lots of calls on cruise lines. And then SPY calls 454C, $220,000. Net high algo score NET February 18th 133C, $222,000. Can't believe Piton's up right now. That's just disgusting. Also be warned that XLU is trading higher right now. XLF is trading higher in unison. Tesla is dipping deep, down to 927 right now. Uber is rolling over slightly as well. Tesla's falling off. Let's take a look at Google and then we'll go back to Tesla and see what's up. Sucks for investors, like Tesla investors, that you know what Tesla's reminding me of? Like, so many things are changing about Tesla right now. Like, you wouldn't see, Tesla used to be highly shorted in small ETFs. Like, an ETF might hold a lot of Tesla. And so short operations would go in and try to short it indirectly. They wouldn't short it directly, and they wouldn't short it directly through big ETFs. So you couldn't get a decent correlation on Tesla and the rest of the market. And Tesla is now correlated slightly better to large ETFs like the Spider, or IWM is slightly less, but much more on the S&P than it ever was. What sucks about Tesla is it's starting to trade a lot like Apple. Professional traders often pick stocks to trade every day. And Apple used to be a really good one to trade every day, and it looks like people have shifted over to Tesla. Now, not people like you and I, or even professional single traders. I'm talking about like boiler rooms and shit like that. Not the ones you see in movies. Like professional boiler rooms. So they know where to buy. They know where to sell. Okay, we got resistance here at 28.57. Which kind of sucks for Tesla. Apple used to trade, Apple traded, it still kind of trades like that right now. 28.50, 2900. Seems like some pretty decent sellers up there. This is where the real sellers are, though. Real sellers are right here. You can see it on the right-hand side. 29.50. Hair indicator is solid. You guys know my take on a good feed of sellers here, though. Just be careful of this right here. See how thin this is, and then boom, right at 28.50. By the dip is going to be where? By the dip is down at 27.50 on Google. So there's lots of good, positives and negatives with Tesla right now. Ooh, hold on here. I'm gonna have to buy this. There's another good one for you. For any of you guys that are investors that tune into us here. You guys ready? Got another one for you. The next trade. I wish I need to have the intern track when I'm giving you guys trades for longer trades. Here you go. Ready? Spotify, SPOT, June 17th, 170C, $2.8 million. So what does that mean? That's a golden ticket. So what does that mean? Means the first thing you do is do some due diligence on that trade. Right? Figure out if you want to get in that trade. Second thing you do is check market conditions. Where are we? Like, you're seeing Spotify come out when we just made a huge rip in the market. So maybe you just hold back for a day or two. Keep your eyes on that trade. Be like, make sure they're still in it, right? They're still in that 617 170C. Make sure that it's trading in that channel that Spotify is in. Buy one of those dips. And I would also say you can always do it slightly farther out. You could do it like August 170C. You could do it slightly more in the money, like 150 or 160C. You could make it a spread. And then stay in that trade And if, let's say, they lose all their money in this golden ticket, this $3 million gets burned, and they reposition themselves, you'll already be positioned farther out in time, more in the money. Does that make sense? You don't have to. You won't have to reposition. You're just going to be already positioned in a better position than those people are. You might not make as much of them if the trade goes well, but you can at least position yourself well. So spot, June 17th, 170C, $2.8 million, high algo score, and a golden ticket. $454.68 you're looking for. Did we get that correct or not? 454.74. This is another good one. AXP. So AXP, March 18th, 180C, $1.2 million calls. AXP 318, March 18th, 180C, $1.2 million in calls. Saw some brief weakness in financials, but now seeing more calls on financials. Unsure. It's a mixed bag. I'd be wary of financials right now. I think it's not signaling properly. Google, February 18th, 2900C, $362,000. Be careful of financials right now. Mixed bag. Yeah, that's, you know what, Native, that's a fair point too. So some golden tickets you have to actively manage, and some of these golden tickets I give you guys, this is more for the swing trader that's, you know, ready to stay into a trade for 1 month, 2 weeks, 6 weeks, sometimes 2 months or 3 months.
Speech Staples saying Bitcoin is a speculative asset. The high volatility of its price makes it unsuitable as a store of value.
Ooh. Where's that Quinn Invests? He needs to hear that. I need to reset this. I'm not getting my headlines. I'm getting yeah, you have to be able to actively manage those trades without a doubt. Good point. Who brought that up? Native San Francisco. You have to manage those trades. Without a doubt. I'll test this real quick.
Support page.
Okay, we're good to go. You guys have to manage the trade, but it is a good, even if you're just buying the stock though, sometimes it's a better trade to buy the stock rather than the calls. But I know some of you guys are outside of the US and you're looking for longer trades. You guys aren't trying to trade day in, day out. I know that you're trying to pick up stocks or long calls that aren't just a day. They're like 3 months out, 1 month out, 6 months out. I'll bring Tesla back up for you guys. I know not everybody's doing day trading, right? You need to get the intern to follow these. We need to track these trades too. The ones that are like 1 to 3 months out or 6 months out. You need to get the intern to do like an ETF that tracks those trades. I'll tell you what though. Those golden tickets print. If you time them right, you manage them correctly, they have about a 90, and you're willing to wait, they have about a 90% win rate, somewhere in there. Look at that, huh? Those hammer candles. Bam, 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 bam. Look at those hammer candles. Whew. That looks bullish as fuck. Yeah, you know, Winky's making another fair. That's another thing too. Let's talk about what Winky's saying. You guys are making some really kick-ass points. So, that like these are rules that you guys should be writing down for yourselves. Like, there's some traders in here, like Winky Face knows what's up. He knows what he's doing. These are rules that you do. Like, so I've got multiple brokerages, and let's say I take a trade that I don't want to be looking at right away every day. I move it over to a different brokerage than my day trading brokerage. Like some shit you don't want to be staring at all day long. Like if you're going to buy yourself a call or a put that's a month out, 3 months out, 3 weeks out, you need to, if you have a high conviction in this trade, right? Or if you're managing it properly, if you're adding to it, if let's say you pick the wrong, let's say it's directionally in the right direction, but you bought it at the wrong dip, you want to add to it over time, that's fine. You know, manage those trades, but you don't want to be staring at those trades all day long because they can get ugly. I have case in point. I traded the Apple stock split with like 4 different sets of calls. Like, you know, oh, here we go. SPY 214 456 C $1.1 million. We're going to talk about this right now. It's important. So the Apple trade for earnings, they were expiring like day of, day after, week later, 2 weeks later. All those calls when we were going up into earnings, I think about them like a month out or even longer, like month and a half out. And I was trying to trade the premium kick, right, from all these traders. When I closing them out as I get closer, and then I'm holding, I think I held the ones expiring the day after the announcement of the split, and then I had 2 week out calls and held on for the trade. It became like a free trade for me. And so they announced the split, and the stocks went through the fucking roof, like thousands of %, right? Just stupid, 10,000, 15,000%, no joking. Now, when I first took those calls out, they were in the money multiple times, and they were red multiple times, right? So like, let's say I bought a call for $100. Like at one point they were down to like $35, and another point they were at $200, but I was trading those calls with 2 ideas in mind. One, I wanted the premium for the run up into earnings, right? So took some profit on that. And then I had others on what the announcement would be, right? So I held, even though they had fluctuated all that time, and I didn't stare at them every day because it would make me panic. So if you're like trading to an event or trading to like, hey, I'm looking for a certain price, it's better to not stare at them all day long, especially if they're high conviction trade. Good morning, PBO. Good to see you, brother. My screen is frozen. Can you guys see this? Can you see me wave my thing around?
Just under a minute to the weekly DOE petroleum inventory data. Crude expected at plus 500,000 barrels, gasoline plus 1.5 million, and distillate at minus 2 million. Utilization expected 86.5%. Minor in yesterday's API data, we did see a draw in all 3 of the major categories.
Hold on here. Thanks for the screen being frozen. It's that high def. Deactivate. Let's see if this works. Activate. See if this works. God damn it. Is that better? See.
Crude at minus 4.8 million barrels. Cushing crude down 2.8 million barrels at 27.7 million. Total utilization was up 1.5 percentage points to 88.2%.
So I give a quick shout out to Eric the Empire for helping to support the channel.
Total domestic production for the U.S. up 100,000 barrels per day at 11.6 million.
Thanks, Eric the Empire, for supporting the channel. Let's see if we got a spike in XLE. XLE is ripping on that news. You're also going to be looking to trade USO, the ticker USO. On oil inventories. So I want to direct your attention to something, okay? Every Wednesday we get oil inventories. This is a total gamble, but if you look at USO right now, if you just bring up the USO chart. Just want you to see, you guys want to do some blackjack gambling every week? This is where it's at. You can buy some calls or some puts. Buy them on USO, buy them on XLE every week. You'll get these numbers every single week around 10:30 in the morning. Pure gamble. Thanks, the Empire. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah, did you see the spike? I didn't see that SPY call yet. Oh, there it is. Yeah, SPY calls February 14th, 456C, $1.1 million. So every Wednesday, mark that on your calendar. Oil report. SPY trading higher at 456.51 on those calls that we shouted out earlier. Now 456.63 on SPY. Camera's frozen again. God damn camera.
S&P moving at fresh highs up 1.25%. NASDAQ up 1.4%.
Now trading higher, 456.64. Price target above is 457.54. Now it's not showing it here. There's no ice here. There's ice at 456.97. More ice above at 458.09. Just be conscious that the previous, let me look back at the previous high here. Hold on. So it's 458.12. So it's this ice here. There's some ice here, some tricky ice down here at 46.96. Let me see if that was just the... Could see some squeezing above here too. SPY just loading up on calls right now. Heads up on SPY. SPY calls, massive SPY calls coming through the front door. SPY, February 9th, 457C. $50,000. SPY, February 9th, 456C. $75,000. SPY, February 9th, 457C. $80,000. QQQs, February 9th, 365C. $55,000. FCK calls coming in. 617. That's June 17th, FCK, 42C. June calls, 42C, $500,000. FCK, March 18th, 47C, $60,000. AMC calls, February 11th, 19C for $15,000. Spotify, some follow-up on those Spotify calls. Spot, SPOT, June 17th, 195C for $192,000. Penn calls, high algo, score, Penn Gaming, February 11th, 47.5C. Face Ripper off the SPY, tapping at 456.67. Sellers coming down at 456.97. I guess my thought on these put spreads is, right, take a look back on previous OPEX and start thinking from a bank's perspective. We tend to trade low and high heading into OPEXs and quad witchings. You'll see a swing low and a swing high. And the reason for that is because the banks never lose. The banks want to win on their long side and their short side. Banks tend to trade with a spread, right? They'll trade a hedge and they'll trade a long. So let's say a bank buys, I don't know. Say a bank buys. Let's make it simple. Let's say we're at 400. And they buy 380p expiring in 3 months, right? And let's say the market trades down towards that 380p, right? Well, they'll sell calls above. Their 380p comes into the money, right? So they cash out, they sell all those puts that they had, right? So all these bears that are getting super duper bearish. Right? And they've sold all those calls above. They made all that money. They take all those calls back that they sold those calls. They sell all those puts later on, right? They've cleaned up. Now they'll long the market and they'll ride it up to 420, make all that money back. I think this is the second time they've won all that money, right? And then it'll trade down back to 400 once we come into OPEX. So you'll see like a swing high, swing low, and then it goes to right where they want it to be. That might not be 400. It's not a good example at the next OPEX. It could be like 420 with a swing low at let's say a swing high at 440 and then a swing low of 380. But they'll swing it up and swing it down on the general direction of where the market's heading. And you'll always notice it on OPEXs. You notice it on daily, weekly, and midweek OPEXs, right? If you're in an OPEX, eventually that time of day, they're going to try to park where they want the market to be. You can notice it today. You can notice it today. You want to see the fraud in the market? We are trading higher today for multiple reasons. We've got some mechanical reasons why we're trading here, but also because we have CPI tomorrow too, right? So let's say we get a bad CPI print. We still haven't sold down deep into the market. So there is some manipulation in the market so that the banks never lose. So do I think we're at 460 or 480 on OPEX in February? Maybe. Let's look at a 3-month chart and see. Looks kind of wild, right? Look at a 3-month chart. We traded all up to 480. Traded all the way down to 420. Right? Where do you think they want it for OPEX? Think it's 440? 460? 450? Somewhere in there. Like 440 to 450, I think, in my mind. Yeah. Well, it is. Today's an OPEX day. We have OPEXs every day of the week. And it happens on a minor, happens minorly on a, like on a smaller time frame, on a daily, weekly, and then monthly, and that's huge on a quarterly. Not always, you know. I'm not saying we're not talking in absolutes here. We're not Siths. But you'll tend to see they'll move the market where to print their shit. They don't care about you and I. They care about their money. Yeah, you know, I can't talk much about CVS, right? What did I made a comment about CVS last week, right? What did I say about CVS? What did I say about CVS? Does anybody remember what I said about CVS? Anybody out there remember what I said? I said I can't talk too much about CVS because I have family in CVS. I said I wouldn't long it. As far as I could go with it. Again, I don't want to get in trouble for that shit. I don't even trade it for that reason. SPY, February 9th, 456 P, $160,000. Costco, February 11th, 535 C, $39,000. Like that trade too. Uber, February 11th, 41.5 C, $28,000. Yeah, I got a big family. So my family is, let's see, my mom comes from 9. My dad comes from 13. And then my wife's family is huge as well. And we live all over the country, and actually a bunch live outside of the country too. A lot of military and government people in our family, so we like spread out everywhere. It's that old school Irish Catholic German blood. This is not a CVS pump room. It's huge. Big family. Big family. Yeah, I can't comment on. There's certain tickers I have to be careful what I comment on. Be careful on some EV tickers, and I have to be careful on CVS. A few of them that I can't comment on. Or there's some things I can't comment on them. I'll make like general statements, but that's it. The SPY's kind of sitting on a thing over here, right? So SPY is above its channel that was created yesterday at 10 a.m. It's trading channel. Let's take a look at just traditional trading techniques, right? We came up here, rejection, a bounce, second bounce, traded up slightly higher, 456.67. This is good for the bulls. Gonna look for a third bounce here. Now, if we can catch a third bounce right here on SPY, I'm going to be interested in taking a long. Now, 1, 2, So the bulls did fail in that run higher to 456.67. So you should find a pretty decent move in the market right now. Should find something. Should see a move. Either down or up. So we'll take a look here. Should see some resolution at this point. We're going to see if the bulls can hold on. If the bulls can hold on, we should move much higher. If this is the bulls have tried now once, twice, and 3 times and failed. Probably going to give it to the bears at this point, the way it's setting up. More Uber calls. February 11th, 41.5, $114,000. Rivian calls. RIVN, May 20th, 90C, $394,000. Dash calls, high algo score. February 18th, 120C, $310,000. It's like those SPY puts, they're getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and people keep loading up on them. They're now 92 cents, 91 cents. Bears just keep loading up on them, loading up on them, loading up on them. Bears are convinced that this is a rejection point. Some premium dump in 460Cs. They're now down to like 10 cents a piece. That's not a good look for SPY. Heads up on Dash, that first call out, shout out. Take a look at Dash real quick. Dash, heavy calls coming in. All high algo scores. March 18th, 120C. 3 sets, sweeps, and a block for almost $1 million. February 18th, 120C. Let's take a look at Dash real quick. Also noticing some Twitter puts. Tesla's sitting on some decent support here. You don't want to see that break. More sellers than buyers on Tesla right now. Same areas down below. Same story. The biggest buyers are still 880 down here. It's always waiting down here. The pump is always waiting on Tesla at 880. Let's look at Dash. I don't know why Dash is getting so much love right now. I turned my camera off. I'm not going to fuck around with it this morning. Like NVIDIA looks good, right? The dip was bought in NVIDIA. Traded from 253 to 258. Look at Apple. Look at all these. I want to see how healthy the market looks right now. I'm going to put Dash up here for you to look at. See what's up on Dash. I can see why. There's a push. There's a push on Dash currently. More buyers than sellers. This is squeezable. Price target 145. Let's see why there's a push on Dash right now. Someone's looking to squeeze Dash. $114.66. Currently at 108. Sitting on VWAP. More buyers than sellers. Maybe there's some news we don't know about. Okay, more SPY calls. February 16th, 457C. These are golden tickets, $1.2 million. Weird mix too right now, right? We've got QQQ puts. February 9th, 361P for 398. and then call expansion on the SPY. I do want you to make you aware that we're getting some market expansion right now. We're getting some puts that are a little bit out, or they're in the money. Some put hedging, light put hedging, but we haven't seen a lot of calls on the SPY recently. These are new, right? Seeing large call options on the SPY is new for the market, relatively speaking. NVIDIA calls February 18th, 280C, $127,000. Yeah, it's like Apple sold off. They've got 1, 2, 3. We'll see if Apple can hold this third retest here. If Apple doesn't sell here. Same thing's going on with Amazon, 1, 2 tests. Facebook, same situation, 1, 2 tests. XLF is strong today. XLU is slightly selling off, but that's positive for the market. VIX is at a weird place right now, right? Looks like VIX is settling in again, right? Second test on the VIX. Makes you wonder if the bears want VIX to fall off so they can buy it for tomorrow. More NVIDIA calls, February 18th, 280C. Just a heads up that WHG, I don't know anything about that ticker, WHG is halted with news pending. Whiskey Hotel Gamma is the ticker. Westwood, oh yeah, it's Westwood Holdings Group. Wonder if they're going to get bought. Keep an eye on Westwood Holdings Group, WHG. Tesla calls February 11th, 960C. Couple rashers, 3 rashers on those. Got February 11th, 960C, $184,000, $221,000, $347,000. Blammo, another rack of Tesla calls, February 11th, 960C, $466,000. Tesla's just loading up on calls today. Tesla's been racking calls all morning long. Bulls are in. They're the most bullish ticker today, believe it or not, even if it's not trading there. $5 million in calls, all mostly for February 11th. All slightly in the money, 915, 930, 960. One rack of $1,000 calls for the 18th. The Tesla gang is in. I love Tesla gang. Gotta admit. They are committed. 2 bounces here on Tesla. Could be time for a move up in the market. See where we're at. These stocks are positioned for a move up. That's all I want to point out. They're not positioned for, like, if we were like right where we are right now, if Tesla was at 950, it'd be like, hell no, we're selling. So the underlying of SPY is looking for a move higher. The setup is there to move higher. So do the bulls get tricked here, or lots of NVIDIA calls coming in now. NVDA, $1 million spread across a bunch of sweeps. February 11th, 265C. February 18th, 260C. NVIDIA bulls are just like Tesla bulls. QQQs, February 28th, 370C, $211,000. I like that trade. If you're going to trade the Qs today, trade them up into the close, but not after the close. There could be some volatility. You can have a bearish stance and still trade long. You're a fool if you can't do that. You'll either blow up your account or you don't have an account. One or the other. Because you're basically saying that you're bullish when we're bearish and bullish when we're bullish. I trade with the banks. Banks take both sides of that trade every time. Slow day. Next point of resistance at 45732. Thanks for the heads up, Chaz. Yeah, all the work was done last night, huh, Tom? That seems to be the common thing, right? Getting all our strong moves in the overnights. Chokes on coffee. Then I got Chaz, Facebook pump incoming. I mean, why the fuck not, right? If they're going to trade fucking Piton up, might as well fucking trade Facebook up. They're all looking pretty bullish right now. I'm looking at all the major Fangman stocks. They're all looking, like on paper, they look like they're ready to start ripping. But Winky made a good point, right? Today's Wednesday, OPEX. They just run it sideways right into OPEX today. Thank you for playing. Nice. Nice blood stunt. Like normally I wouldn't care about Piton, like if it was some other company. My bone to pick with them is that they're like Nikola. That's my bone. Datadog, dog food company, Datadog, DGOG, February 18th, 180C for $270,000. Downward Dog, Rivian, February 11th, 63C. Now seeing lots of Rivian calls coming in. Nice flow on Rivian. SPY calls, February 9th, 457C, $52,000. SPY calls, February 28th, 463C. Just heads up right here. This is very positive for the SPY, okay? I'm going to try to enter some calls, and I'm going to tell you guys what those calls are. Give me just a second here. Dude, those 460s are now up to almost double. Are you shitting me? I'm gonna buy myself some calls here. Okay. Hang tight here. Okay, this is important. So we've got SPY calls coming in right now. So SPY 228 463C for $679,000. That's important. We haven't seen a lot of call expansion in strikes. SPY 228 second round 463C for another $680,000. SPY 228 463C for another $692,000. So 3 racks. They're all sweeps. They're for February 28th for 463C. Also watching QQQ's calls. February 9th, 365C for $64,000. Apple calls February 11th, 177.5C for $55,000. Pretty big one with a high algo score here. EB, January 20th, 17.5C for $170,000. I don't know much about that ticker. Bingo, haven't seen them up here in a while. Bingo, BNGO, January 19th, 5C for $68,000. Man, they came down a ton, huh? Wow. Amazon calls February 11th, 3,300. $447,000. AMC, just keep buying calls on it. People are buying calls on it all day. More Apple calls coming in. So I'm in SPY 460C for 15 cents. What are you guys saying here? Yeah, they can collect premiums all day long. It was really bizarre too. My Piton puts, I don't know what the fuck was going on with my Piton puts. Like I lost money on that trade, but they should have been worth like pennies. They were worth 30 something cents, almost 40 cents. I bought them for like 60 cents. I think it was the premium kick. from all the interest on both sides. Thanks, Bloodstunt. Market is green, has been in a while. Asian, your market's all green too. Pulled out of Neo a bit early. If Tesla goes huge pamp coming. Yeah, I like the idea of where all of tech is right now. Let me look for some. I like the idea of XLF is staying. Like XLF is a good indicator of the health of tech and our market. If we're going into a risk-off type situation, you'll see XLU pump, and it's not. I haven't looked at XLP yet, XLV. XLV should be a pretty decent trade right now. That's not looking at it, just generally speaking. Yeah, and XLV is up. So that's good to see. So XLV is up. XLF is up. It's curling over right now slightly, but it's still showing underneath mechanically. The market's looking healthy today. Tesla is working off that double tap. Apple's still making higher lows. Uber keeps cranking, by the way. Shouted out Uber earlier this morning. It just keeps moving greener and greener. I haven't checked Twitter yet. Amazon calls again. SPY calls. Amazon calls February 11th, 3250C for $228,000. SPY calls March 14th, 455C for $700,000. Did another rack of SPY calls for March 14th, 455C. Both of those are actually 630 something and change. Just lots of dip buying right now. Lots of accumulation. Now keep your eyes on XLV, right? Just look at a nice 1 month chart on XLV. Traded up to 142.70. At its low was at 124.92. It's got a nice turnaround here. It's now trading at 133. You can see that it's mirrored the SPY recovery. Next resistance on it is at 136.63. Worth watching. Notable that there's Planter, PLTR, May 20th, 14p. Those are puts for $760,000. Disney with a bid, April 14th, 160C. I'm interested to know what you guys think about Disney. A lot of Disney traders out there, or investors too. I paid attention to their last ER. Went down the rabbit hole. There's like investors that make half-hour long documentaries on their research on Disney. Someone just bought April 14th 160C for $309,000, and it's rolling over slightly right now. SPY puts March 7th 445 for $230,000. QQQ calls February 9th 365C for $103,000. XLF April 14th 43C for $450,000. Nike calls September 16th 155C. I just like Nike. If you guys wanted to buy a company and not worry about it in the market, I like Nike, NKE. More Uber calls. Uber February 11th 41.5C, $350,000. Some pumping on BBIG. Lyft calls February 18th 45C, $55,000. I'm talking about Uber, Lyft, a couple other golden tickets this morning. SPY just melting up this morning. I missed you guys are chatting up here. I was looking at some charts. I haven't seen the fade. I've seen like the dip on European market closes and then the rip. Yeah, Poots on Palantir. Yeah, Tom's saying we got to retrace down to 451. My thought process is that right now we're melting because people are closing their short. There's a lot of short covering going on right now. Yeah, the Disney ER play is kind of weird, right? They should trade down into their ER due to what took place in their last ER. More NVIDIA calls, just bucket loads by the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Here's $1 million on NVIDIA, February 11th, 270C, and February 25th, 262C, 262.5C. Yeah, Disney's a weird trade because it's a long-term trade. You got the 10-year right today, 1 p.m. Look at Joe. They pumped it and they absolutely dumped after. Strange people that be short covering for CPI. Yeah, they have to short cover because you have to see like where do they take the shorts? They're going to let it go higher and higher. When they get better positioning on short. Right? You don't want to take short for CPI at 450. You want to take it at 460. So more NVIDIA calls. BBIG has been pumped this morning. So BBIG, February 18th, 3.5C for $21,000. NVIDIA, more calls. June 17th now, further out. 280C for $900,000. SPY puts February 9th, 454P for $55,000. SPY calls February 9th for 456C for $128,000. Yeah, if you want to short CPI, the best short is going long on the VIX, of course, because then you don't even have to worry about what the CPI numbers are. If you want to short the SPY on CPI, you want it to trade up to 460. You want it to get as high as you possibly can. Bears leaning in here. They want to see the market roll over. Watching some SPY puts February 14th for 50P for $100,000. QQQ puts February 9th, $62,000. IWM puts February 18th, 198P for $251,000. We'll take a look at the majors and see if they're about to roll over or not. XLU is dipping. XLV is slightly rolling over. Apple looks strong right now. Tesla looks strong. We'll look to see if there's a reversal off on the big guys. Let's look at the VIX. More AMD calls. February 11th, 135C for $100,000. Disney calls February 18th, 160C for $80,000. Yeah, I'm not sure on Disney. I feel like Disney, though, is not a bad place to buy Disney right now. Like Disney is I like the Disney trade over the long term. Like if you wanted to buy a stock right now, like they traded down to what, $129. Let's look back at Disney. Like they dipped to $129 and the first time they were there. They first traded that level back on April of 2019. Now they did trade lower down to $80 at one point, and they traded way higher to 200. But if you were going to invest, if you want to invest in the market, Disney's not a bad price at that 130 mark. But I don't think you can hold Disney for a day. I think you have to hold Disney for like, one much longer time frame. It's definitely traded back farther than, like, let's say an Apple. Like I wouldn't buy Apple here. Although there are calls to 190 right now in Apple. I just don't like where Apple is versus where Disney is. You guys want to know that we're talking about this. Keep talking about this, that like banks, they still have to make their money, right? They try to make their money from bonds, bond exposure, and then equities exposure, because inflation is so high, right? So they're forced to buy the market. They'll always trade the market, even if the market crashes, quote unquote. So there's got to be certain times in the next, January, February, March, and then again in June. Possibly even later, let's call it maybe November or something, or October, even September, where we could go get dips in the market if we trade sideways and slightly up for the year, where one ticker might be low and one ticker might not be. They always want to be identifying those stocks. that you can buy. More calls on NET. Talked about them earlier too. NET, February 18th, 133C, $210,000 with a high algo score. As much as I hate Facebook, I mean, would I rather buy Facebook or Apple here? Probably Facebook. More AMD calls, more Twitter calls. Yeah, I saw that meta news earlier. I like Nike more for just a buy and hold. I don't know that I like calls on Nike. I think they're a nice defensive, hey, I want my money in the market. I mean, look at Nike over the course of a year. The low here is at $1 or $140. I mean, they could get knocked down. If you're going to look back to March 2020, right? They were at, or February 2020, they were at like $90. But one of the innovative things that Nike has done, the reason why I believe Nike is still up is because of they've changed their selling direct to consumer now or something like that. They're trying to innovate how they sell their products. I think that was a couple of years ago they talked about it. QCOM calls. Everybody likes QCOM. NVIDIA calls February 18th, 265C, $500,000. QCOM, February 11th, $39,000 on 187.5. 187 is the rep that they gave me. 187.5C, $39,000. SPY calls, February 16th, 457C for $400,000. AMD, more calls. Those just keep piling in. February 11th, 135C. More SPY calls. February 11th, 456C, $161,000. Looks like day traders are in charge. I mean, just look at this. Look at this SPY. Just absorbing sellers. More sellers than buyers, but just keeps trading up. Trending up all day long. More same SPY calls. I want to separate. We have a bullish indicator of 90. Put to call ratio is 0.37. We have 204,000 calls to 77,000 puts. More AMD calls. February 11th, 135C. Just keep grinding higher and higher. This is called a melt up. Not really. There's other melt ups. But this to me looks just like just grinding higher. The value of puts are coming off. Today is an OPEX. We should see more puts burn off today. Tesla. Yeah, you guys know about that. Like, do you guys remember that on Nike? They were talking about their innovation and how they're going direct to customer. Wow. I don't know if it's a long-term investment, but let's say you bought Nike today, you'd probably be able to take some profit off it. That's better than inflation. Is option flow for stocks closing to earnings a good indicator of direction? Wouldn't these options be just bets? Yeah, there's a portion of, hold on a second here. Ow, I gotta take these off. These headphones suck. So let's talk about, you've got people that know that there's going to be interest. Let's say Uber, right? You know there's going to be interest in Uber up to their ER. So people will trade it up to, let's say, 3 o'clock, 3:30. That doesn't mean you're holding those into the close. You're also seeing people that are buying, gambling, of course, right? They do drops on limited edition shoes, and they sell faster than they can even log in. Yeah, Nike pulled their products from Amazon. Nike's got this whole thing where they weren't looking good. Everyone thought the trade was over in Nike, and then Nike had one of their earnings. I forget which one it was. Was it a few years ago? Yeah, I remember they had this whole thing where they were trying to stay profitable, which you want to hear. You want to hear that from companies, right? You don't want to hear what Piton is saying. You want to hear... I think you have to look at their ER. Like, research that ER, and I know that that's why they didn't... The expectation was that Nike would sell off. Thanks for the heads up, Bloodstunt. Bloodstunt saying the heat map is almost green by all sectors. Beverage and household goods only laggards. Yeah, what you do, right, is get yourself a basket of stocks, right? Just find yourself 20, 30, 50 stocks. See what has traded back to close to March and May of 2020. Right? Give most of it back. Then you're looking to see what their last guidance and their upcoming guidance is. You're going to hear them say to you, hey, we're expecting growth or not, or hey, we did the work we were supposed to do with the free money that we had, and we expect continued growth over time. And when you're hearing that in your favorite company's ER, they're telling you that they're safe, right? They're going to make it. You know, that's why you've got companies like Piton trying to get ahead of their ERs and saying, you know, we cut this and we cut that and we didn't do this and we didn't do that. And even though Piton's trading up right now, their long-term viability is we better sell to somebody. Not for a $40 ticker. You don't want to be buying that ticker with where we are in the market right now. And even then, you need to be managing your trades to a predetermined place, right? You're looking for, hey, I'm going to buy this at $100. I'm willing to average down to $80, and then I'm going to take it to 120. The days of trading the market where you're like, I can buy any dip and we're just going to crank it to the moon no matter what. Just buy and hold. Those days are over. Like the days of the stock pumpers out there saying, you know, you just buy anybody with a fucking website and it's going to go up. Those days are over. Right now they are. No matter what anybody tells you, they're over for right now. Until free money we have free money right now, but we don't have free money, like the promise of free money for a couple of years of growth. Did you guys ever see that, GDRX just broke 30? Did you guys ever see the video that I put up? Now, I'm not a fan completely of Ray Dalio. I'm going to post it right now again at Captain's Alpha. It's worth the watch because it gives a fair, if you want a dumbed down version of how the economy and the markets work, he does a really good video from like 10 years ago or 15 years ago where he explains in basic terms. If you don't understand the bond market, if you don't understand the Fed, if you don't understand the interplay of how our markets operate, over time, like short and long-term debt cycles. The Ray Dalio video on YouTube is. Let me look it up real quick. You don't even really need to know more than that either. Than that video. There's not much more that you need to know. Let me look up Ray Dalio. I don't know what the video is called. Long-term debt cycle, maybe. Didn't get much. Right here. They posted it like 8 years ago. So I'm going to get this video for you. I'm going to post it to... Yeah, I know that sometimes people can overcomplicate things intentionally, especially on like Twitter. People are constantly overcomplicating things. So I'm going to post this right now at Captain's Alpha for you. And it's a great video. It doesn't matter if it applies to now or not. It's a good video for anyone to... It's called Economics 101, How the Economic Machine Works. And it's a really good video. It's like if you want a macro view of the market and the economy, it does a fair job of giving you just basic idea of your macro environment. So I just posted it now. It's a slow day right now. So I think that a lot of you need to watch that video, because sometimes I get questions from people, not everybody, but sometimes I get questions from people that'll say, or things people say to me, and I wonder, I'm like, do they understand the macro side of our markets? Even when we have, because this answers even the questions for when we have free money, right? What should happen when we have free money? What should happen when we have tightening? And it's not, it always happens, is the point. There's never a time that the market doesn't act a certain way, depending upon our environment, our macro environment. I don't know if that makes sense, but so when we had free money in March of 2020, you're going to have an expectation of how the market acts, and the market did act like it did for 2020 and 2021 in that environment. Right now, we still have free money in the market, although there's a promise right now that they're going to stop the free money flow, and they're going to pull the plug on the money that's in the system as well. So you want to have that basic concept and idea for your macro view on where the markets are headed right now. Okay? Because they hold true every time. There's never been a time in history, including and up to December 31st, 2021, that the markets haven't acted in response to what Ray talks about in that video. SPY calls February 16th, 457C, $191,000. More calls on BBIG. More BBIG pumps. Oh, so you did watch it, Josh. It's really cool. I mean, dude, I get so lost sometimes. I will listen. Pick a lane, SPY. Yeah, credit is king. The thing on pen flow is bullish right now. I'll bring up pen. If you guys want to call out some tickers, I'll do some tickers for you. So if you're gonna, like, sometimes I'll go down the rabbit hole and I'll listen to some real freaks and weirdos talk about bonds, or I'll hear someone talking about tightening. I'll hear someone talking about all kinds of nonsense, right? And I get lost sometimes, or I just get lost. I'm like, what the fuck are they trying to say to me? Are they saying the market's going up? Are they saying the market's going down? And when you get lost like that, you just come back to a basic understanding of economics and how it works. There are some other things you need to know, like geopolitics, stuff like that, in terms of macroeconomics and in a worldview. But for a general idea of how markets work, that video is pretty good. No, I haven't watched anything from Meet Kevin. What did Meet Kevin say? Did he really say he was ending his channel? Yeah, furrows are going down. I see that. I've seen that. I haven't seen anything about me, Kevin. I mean, I'd be upset if I was him. A lot of his fucking, like, it was really weird. There's like a lot of people that copied him for the past couple of years. And then they all became buddies and friends. And then it seemed like they threw him under a bus because they felt like they were thrown under a bus. Dude, then I saw some other weirdos talking about, some other weirdo was saying, you can't trust Meet Kevin because his convictions, that he's like, he sells these classes. And you can't trust him because if he doesn't have any conviction in his trading and his investing, then how do you trust his classes? But Meet Kevin's classes were appropriate for the last 2 years. I just don't think that they're appropriate now. But, you know, and the worst part is that banks trade for the day. Like banks can move and adjust and shift whenever they feel like it. I always hear like our investors are like, you have to have this conviction and you can't get rid of that conviction. And you do trade with a conviction, but if something changes and you need to change, you need to shift with it, then I don't see the problem in that. And I don't see the problem with Meet Kevin doing that either. If Meet Kevin switches to some kind of a new trading format or style, all the power to him. Honest to God, I give him more credit for doing that where others haven't. Well, watching more SPY calls. February 9th, 454C, a couple $100,000. Google calls, yowza. Talked about Google, right? Talked yesterday about Google being a good trade. Good investment trade, right? Google, May 20th, 2800C, $9.3 million. Talked about the other day about Google, the Google trade into June and July, right? You buy Google now, you let the premium just grow in that shit, buy a nice round number, and you just watch what happens as we move into June. You guys want to buy a stock for a flip? Not at the stock, but you want to buy some like calls, buy some calls on Google expiring in like August, July. Nice round number. You just hold them, and then as that split comes in, you're going to see the premium just, you could be upside down in those calls, and the premium alone come June is going to pay you. Calls on QQQs, February 9th, 366C for $51,000. Shop, February 11th, 1,000 calls for $50,000. More BBIG pumping, more AMC pumping. Let's see what you guys are saying. Some of them are being taken down by the SEC. Yeah, you know, that's my other problem. Like, I used to have a problem with those pumpers, right? But I have more of a fucking problem with the Senate. So Meet Kevin saying that how he thinks the market is going to crash basically by Q1 2023. Yeah, I understand that viewpoint, but why not just buy some fucking hedges and keep trading what's in front of you? See, I don't understand that aspect of Meet Kevin. It's just buy some hedging. There's all kind. You can do all kinds of different strategies to hedge the market for a crash. All the banks hedged for a crash. Hey, Gavin, take it easy. How would he end his channel? Meet Kevin, he makes $7K a day from the YouTube channel. He probably makes more than $7K a day from his YouTube channel. I have spent almost 0 time trading intraday. In the 4-5 range, it's all been accomplished after hours. It'll be interesting to see we find dip our toes into intraday. Some of them being, yeah, like my problem is really with the Senate. Like I've got a bigger fucking problem with the fact that companies and individuals can insider trade this market. People are insider trade. Like, dude, Piton's a prime example. It's being traded by inside. They're basically insider trading right now. Piton, the people that own Piton stock and people that are principals within the company, They should be going after those people before they go after a stock pumper like Zach Morris. I mean, I fucking don't like those guys, or I don't trade with those guys or like what they do, but there's people that with, you know, nice clean suits that do it a lot worse than those guys do. Oh, dude, we guys want to talk about furrows getting exposed? You guys have a like, all right. So don't you guys saw the whole more spy calls, February 9th, 454C, $300,000. So you guys gotta I don't like furrows either. Okay, I'm not a fan of furrows. I'm not a fan of selling all that shit, selling classes, and all that shit, right? But you as a trader and investor have to identify what these people are doing, right? But at the same time, like, let's look at like a Hindenburg Research, right? Big short operation. They had a bunch of leaks, and they're doing the same shit, just shorting stocks, right? They've got bullshit, scam research, and then they hook up with other people, and they do the same thing. They're doing the same fucking thing that pumpers are doing, even worse in some respects. You see, you got like white suited people, insider trading across the board. Yeah, you can't trade stocks. Yeah, dude, what about dark pool? Like, seriously, there's so much other shit out there. The SEC never goes after those people. Like the fuckery that JP Morgan does, that GS does, is unreal. Like, I know they're scumbags. I know Zach Moore. I know what they're doing, right? We saw that other guy. We saw that other guy for who was his name? Zach Morris came out and apologized and said that he's what? Well, you guys want me to hold on a second here. Dark pool is fine. Just dark pool reporting needs to be updated. V looking ready to roll over after I tried and failed to fade it multiple times already. Cap's about to get exposed for paper trading. Hilarious. Well, maybe Jeff Bridgeback or whatever. He's cool. I think I know JD Bridgeback. I think I know who he is. Spy cup and handle in the 1 hour from February 2nd. Maybe a retrace. The 450 is in the cards before 460. How can you sue people who take your trades and repost them? I've seen that a lot. I don't know anything about suing people for taking your trades and reposting them. What's all that about? I don't know what that means. Remember what Hindenburg did to Dash? Yeah, I read all the fucking leaks on Hindenburg. I don't like the fact that I don't like the fact that these pumpers will Joe and I were talking about how they'll get a low float stock and they buy a bunch of it, then they sell into their followers. Tweeting out their positions ahead of time. Nope, didn't know anything about that. Yeah, you can make unlimited money from that. Yeah, 67-cent stock that go to Yahoo Finance buying ads, pump the stock. Agree. Interesting. I'm not sure. It's not legit, but it went back a ways. Seems to track. I don't know what that. I forget what that's. What's that? Oh, what's that about? This is going back to his morning flush strategy now, not pumping the low floats. Are you talking about Zach Morris? Yeah, so Paul keeps asking about Penn. I'm sorry if I didn't bring that back up for you, brother. Just apologize, Paul. Got more buyers than sellers. Ooh, I like that. I do like Penn. Thanks for being persistent, Paul. We'll leave this up for a minute, see if it trades higher. Hold on, I gotta scroll back up. Ways seems check. His morning flush strategy now and not pumping the low floats. Finally cut my loss. 10,000 made it back Tesla, but that was very hard for mental health. I'm in winky face. Let's do it. My YouTube, my Twitter aren't the same, sadly. I used to make a lot of money over the counter, but now just too well. Like some of the biggest gains of the last 2 years was in penny pumpers, not in SPY, not in IWM. Okay, watching SPY calls. This was from 11:40, 5 minutes ago. SPY calls February 9th, 454 C, $275,000. SPY puts February 9th, 455 P for $99,000. SPY puts February 9th, 455 P for $42,000. Then SPY calls February 9th, 453 C for $333,000. AMD calls February 11th, $135,000. Excuse me, 135 C, only $36,000. But AMD call has been rolling in all morning long. I'm not seeing much on dark pool right now. I see jets from 11 o'clock yesterday. We saw airlines pump yesterday. Some SPY dark pool. They bought at 450.94. All the airlines are buying yesterday. Interesting seeing Palantir dark pool buying from yesterday. Even though some puts came in. JNK, HYG. I'm going to look at Apple. You have Twitter for earnings. I like Twitter for earnings, believe it or not. Lots of call selling today, according to Tradie Ticks. Yeah, I sold calls right at the bell. Made a lot of money. Yeah, there's huge bullish flow on Google. $10.9 million on Google. Have a trade for May 20th, 2800 C, $9.3 million. Assuming the banks are going to tell you not to buy Google right now, and then they're going to buy it all, and then they're going to sell it to you as it trades up into their split. So we have 520, 2800 C for $9.3 million. February 18th, 2900 C for $362,000. February 11th, 28.50 C for $600,000. 2900 C, same date, right? February 11th, 2850, 2900 for I don't know, about $1 million, slightly more than $1 million. Total today call structure on Google $10.9 million. Total today on SPY calls $9.2 million and only $5.3 million on SPY puts. NVIDIA is the number 3. So in terms of bullish and bearishness, where we are bullish stance on the market for the put to call ratio, we've got Google, SPY, NVIDIA, Tesla, RTX, and then Spot. Bearish flow, top 5 is SPY, IWM, FCX, Palantir, QQQ, WFC. Dash is starting a financing arm for restaurants. That's what all the call flow was. Thanks for the heads up on that. Also bearish call selling. Thanks, Alex. A little pricey for me today. 19,000 per. Yeah, Jess is a Tesla bull to no end. That's a good question, Zach. So Zach's asking a question, Cap. So many of these calls are read off on SPY short term. What does this signal for next month or two, in your opinion? So for right now, I on Sundays or Mondays. Yeah, I'm not. So on, okay, so a couple things. First one, on my outlook on the market and on the SPY is that, let me go on a larger scale. I've done some videos on this. Usually in the morning, I'll talk about this stuff on Mondays. So my thought on the market is that we rolled over, right, on 480. We traded deeper than we have in the past couple of years. We had one moment in June, I think, of 2020. We had, of course, March, February, March, and April, the downturn and then the QE of 2020. But generally speaking, we've traded lower than we have. We've broken some long-standing supports. I'm just trading ES. I'm trading the indexes similar to just a straight ticker, right? Like a big ticker. And so it's traded down. It just broke above a major resistance, which is good to see. Right? So we're going to look for, we just broke through major resistance, right? We've been breaking down over time. So now I'm going to look for consolidation on the SPY and then move higher. Right? I'm not going to get, so this is a neutral phase for the SPY. Right, so what is your outlook from here forward? Well, you want to be bullish. You want to say, okay, I want to see us trade to all-time highs once again, let's say. We're going to trade to 480. But because of where we are in the SPY, you have to protect those trades. So it's not free money. Like when you talk about free money, this isn't a free money situation for the SPY. So you hedge appropriately heading into end of quarter. And you manage your hedging from now into end of quarter. And then you trade the day in front of you. So you trade to the right. So if we're trading up that day, you're trading long and maintaining and managing those shorts. You actually have to do that until you get to 480. And then you're neutral again, and then you trade higher. Let's say you start trading higher than 480. You can lessen your hedging on the market. You can scale your hedging back dramatically. This morning, in this morning's video, I briefly went over, hey, look at where we are versus, previous time frames on the SPY. So whenever I see like a bull right now that's super duper bullish, you can be super duper bullish on the day, but your long-term view on the market is not, my long-term view right now currently is not bullish. It's bearish. It's bearish until we get to all-time highs once more and then continue above it. That's when you can say I'm bullish on the market, in my view. Doesn't matter even that you trade up from here. Then there's prime examples of this. You can just look at SQ. If you look at SPY, compare SPY right now to SQ or any other ticker, any other distribution, accumulation, distribution, and then selling regime, we're in one of those right now. Time and time and again, you can see it on smaller tickers. So even with all that being said, and where we are currently in the market on an ETF, you know that certain tickers are holding the market up, right? You know Apple's holding the market up. You know that the number of companies that are holding the market up are getting lesser and lesser. So you're going to expect, or you're going to infer that SPY is going to come down further. But even in that time, you know that the banks are going to trade to the right. They're going to invest their money in tickers. So they're looking for specific stocks to buy that have come back in value. You can see examples of those. If you can look at an Apple and then put it side by side to a Facebook or a Google, or there's a bunch of other tickers out there. If we just go looking at strong names, and we're in near earnings season right now. So it's important if you like a certain ticker, like let's say you like Disney, they've traded down heavily. You want to pay attention to their guidance. It's important as an investor for the long term to be paying attention to companies that are inherently strong, are inherently doing their work for their future. You're going to be like we looked at Ford's guidance and Tesla's guidance. And you're expecting certain things out of both with the thought process that we're going to tighten, that free money's going away. So it's like, hey, did you spend your time the last 2 years developing for the future when things are going to be lean, or did you fuck around and drink beer for 2 years, blowing cocaine and hanging out with models? What did you do with that money? And Piton's a prime example of that. Did you plan for reopening? And you find out that they didn't. Doesn't matter where they're trading at right now. It's in the long-term view, right? It matters over time. Can they weather a down economy or a down market? Anyways, it's a big, long diatribe. I've done enough videos in that shit. You can go back and watch them. I should try. I can't edit those videos, the long ones, where I can pull them out and separate them. Let's see what you guys are talking about here. You gotta ask me. I'd say Tesla about to make 950. I think I'm back to where I stopped reading. Is the market bearish on a stock trading ban for Congress? I don't know. I made my thoughts known on that this morning. You know what's fucked up is we've forgotten as a country that we bitch and moan, but we don't tell them what we want to happen. What they do is they make laws that obfuscate. See BTC hitting 150,000 in the long term. SPY gapping up and parking right. No, wait a minute. JPM better buy all those Bitcoins. 10-day SMA is kind of amazing. I thought Jamie Dimon said a few months ago Bitcoin was worthless. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, no shit with Bitcoin. SPY breakdown, SPY tanking. Watch every one of your opening statements in the morning and usually most of the day or on the week. You have that bearish rollover stance in OPEX. Market's going up. Super short calls. Yeah, I'm still bearish. And I still trade calls. I don't know a single bank that doesn't do that. 40 bears are going to get trapped. 460C now, 5 cents. I haven't even checked my calls. I'm not looking at my calls. They're worth 7 cents now. Need the market to die right now. I really appreciate you explaining the rationale. I'm not trying to bother you. Yeah, you're not bothering me. It's hard for some people to wrap their heads around. It's hard for people to wrap their heads around. Often, most of the time. What's going on with this? There's not a lot of movement on Penn. Penn slow moving ticker. It's hard for people to it's hard for people to wrap their heads around. Are you bullish? Are you bearish? The context that you're bullish or bearish. Its impact in what you're doing at the moment. It's oftentimes there's two things too. There's a lot of conceit or trolling because you have people that want someone will say something to you like, are you bearish, or a question like, are you bullish on SPY right now at this moment? Someone will ask you that. Are you bearish or bullish on SPY right now? And so you say, well, I'm bullish. And then let's say SPY sells off. So SPY sells off. And if you were to take a put at that moment when you're bullish on SPY, right? Let's say you take a put and then you start printing the put side. That same person will come to you and say, well, wait a minute, you just said you're bullish, you shouldn't be taking puts. But my answer to that is always that person that you're talking to out there doesn't pay your bills. So you have to cover and protect your long position. If the trade goes the wrong way, you either have to roll, close, or reposition yourself, or take the other side of that trade so that you're constantly making money. oftentimes new traders fall into, or new investors fall into a hole of, well, I believe in this company and this company is going to go up no matter what. SQ, in the prime example, right? In reality, all it is, and then they're listening to positive news, negative news. And the reality is it's just profit taking. You've got people taking profits and it's overvalued at that point, and they're going to buy it again once it, they start to see positive news come back into a stock again. And you'll see all these pumps in the stock, and it's just people taking profit on it. So I think people get locked into the bull bear thesis, and it ultimately, the guy that you're talking to on social media, whether it be like Wall Street Bets or Twitter or YouTube or watching some video somewhere, ultimately, if you get caught into that trap, you don't know who the person you're talking to is, if they're actually a trader, actually an investor, and then you're succumbing to blowing up your account. When they say 9 out of 10 traders or investors lose all their money, those are the people that lose all their money. They get trapped, I guess, would be my take on it, into I have to do this, or I have to be a believer, or I have to be constantly positioned for this to happen. So you have to protect your trades at all times. Manage your protection. In the amount of protection that you put on can go up and down depending upon the position of the SPY or any other, whatever you're trading. It doesn't matter. So SPY looks like it's about to start rolling over here. Let me check to see if there's any flow coming in. I'm not on the flow chart either. Okay. 12:01. Okay, at 11:56, there was SPY puts, February 11th, 450p, $81,000. Watching QQQ calls for $38,000. I think I talked about both of those. Forward puts, February 11th, 18p for $24,000. CFLT, high algo score, C, Charlie, Foxtrot, Lima, Tango, February 18th, 75C for $377,000. CFLT, February 18th, 85C for $190,000. Yeah, I've been noticing the uptick in pot stocks everywhere. People that shouldn't be talking about them are talking about them a lot. I don't know who McDonald is. Oh, McDonald's? I'm going to look up CRSR. Hold on. Yeah, to me, this is the slow trading. So I'm not paying a ton of attention to everything. So look up CRSR and then APO. Let me take a look. I'm unsure. I'm in some SPY calls. So I think we break to the upside. I don't think we sell off today. We might. We could sell off as deep as 450 and then make a move to 460. But as we get closer to OPEX, I'm going to trade the move to 460. I want to see those calls, the puts burn off for today. Amazon, Tesla not joining today's rally is interesting. Let me look at Tesla. Yeah, Apple's holding its own down below. Tesla looks like it's holding its own still. I don't like XLF. Oh, you know what? XLF is selling off and XLU is turning up. So that might be lending itself towards a sell-off right now. Amazon seems stalled too. Apple too, mainly driven by all the heavily short stocks. It seems Apple's a safety net for banks. Yeah, I haven't traded pot stocks since the first pot stock pump. That was like 6 years ago or so. Like, that fucking 6 years ago? 5 or 6 years ago, whenever pot stocks, the first wave of pot stock mania. And then like last year there was a mania, or last year before there was a mania in pot stocks, and I was like, fuck no, I can't ever trade in those again. J&J is being offloaded before a dump. SNDL big today. Make it lucky and not have to reverse split to avoid delisting. Yeah, I don't like seeing the rollover on XLF. That might show that SPY is going to roll over here. Let me take a look at my stanks here. I've got 100 contracts on. Let's see here. Let's pay close attention to see if we get a rollover here or not. Tesla's rolling over slightly. SPY is looking like it's rolling over. VIX is peeking its head up. Yeah, we could see some pretty decent selling here. Let's see if we get a rollover in the market. Lots of interest. 178,000 contracts on 455p. Those are 85 cents for February 9th. Tesla looks like it's touching its lower support, as well as Apple. We'll see. Watching puts on XLF. February 11th, 41p, $145,000. Put my headphones back on. I can't hear shit. All right. Take a look here. I forgot all about the Fed speakers today. Mester's hawkish at 12 o'clock. Oh, no wonder we're selling off slightly. I forgot all about the Fed speakers today. Senator Shelby. I didn't have my headphones on. I wasn't listening to the news. I forget what, I think there was 2 Fed speakers today. You had Mester speaking at noon. Looks like I'm going to have to add to my SPY calls at some point. See if I can get Mester live right now on YouTube. Hang tight, guys. I haven't even been following the crypto couple that had the $4.5 billion scam. I thought that was the other couple that like lost all their money. I haven't even paid attention to it. I'm not seeing Mester's speech being televised live. I am reading something here. I don't know. I didn't have my headphones on, so I wasn't listening to Trade the News, but it says here, I'll read this to you. If he didn't already read it to you, I'll repeat it. Okay, so Fed's Mester, FOMC voter, hawkish, supports active MBS sales as part of balance sheet wind down. Would like to step transition to primary treasury balance sheet. Supports March Fed rate rise if economy stays on current path. Inflation rate higher, labor market tighter than 2015. Sees 2022 GDP growth above trend but below 2021 pace. And I don't know if I buy that one. Conditions warrant balance sheet reduction start soon. Yeah, sees inflation rate moderating. I doubt that. Of course, the rate will be above 2% in 2022 and 2023. Wait a minute. Lower inflation readings depend on Fed taking policy action. That's bullshit. No, I'm streaming Trade the News, but I didn't know if you guys got. I didn't have my headphones on, so I wasn't listening to hear if he was talking in the background or not. I didn't have my monitor on. I got some problems with headphones. I had a pair of headphones that suck, and then I've got a pair of headphones that I bought that I need to now get a volume control for the monitor. It's just technical bullshit. All right, so I'm watching MU calls. March 4th, 95C for $178,000, high algo score. QQQ calls, February 9th, 366C for $32,000. All small cap stuff, like Key, all puts on some small cap stuff. Key, DISC, DISCK, BRLT. These are all like stocks that are $12, $25. AA calls. I know some of you guys are trading airlines. So we've got American Airlines. Or no, it's AA. That's not American Airlines. That's AA isn't that what do you call it? That's not Alcoa. Is that Alcoa? Yeah, it is Alcoa. AA March 18th, 75C, $620,000. Now I've got two sets of puts on Key, KEEY, March 18th, 27P. First set was for $125,000. Second set was for $69,000. That's March 18th, 27P. More puts on XLF, March 11th. Excuse me, scratch that. February 11th, 41P for $300,000. Don't like seeing those puts on XLF. That's the back door they're going to try to use to drop the SPY. See if that support's still there down there on the SPY or not. Looks like it disappeared. And keep your eye down here. You want to see if this support stays at 454.68 or if it disappears. And I also want to show you a note here that you're watching on the VIX, this nice bottoming pattern here on today, right? Bottoming pattern, this $20.27. The daily SMA is curling up to support the VIX here, even if SPY is turning up right now. There's not a lot of runway left on the SPY, so consider that too as we trade forward, that you need runway between now and the volatility that's expected at the end of the day. So between 12 p.m. and 3 p.m., you're going to want to see if there's a bid in the market for companies that are reporting tomorrow, end of day and tomorrow, or if we sell off, right? So look at the interplay in do these tickers get any kind of a bid into the end of the day between now and 4 p.m. or 3 p.m., let's call it, right? Do these tickers get a bid, or do we have, like, I think we have 180. Let me take a look and see how many we've got actually reporting today. So we have 246 companies reporting today, before and after the bell. It's a significant number of companies reporting today. So the question becomes, do we sell off the market into the close, or do we at least trade up into, let's say, the 3 o'clock hour to see more volatility between 3 and 4 p.m.? So that would ask the question of, do we trade up into the 460 mark? We also have lots of puts rolling off the market today as well. We've got some value of puts going down as well. You've got bears reloading where we are. You get that interplay, right? You get the bears reloading. You've got bears reloading. You've got put decay for where we are. So we're up at 456, right? If we close at that 460, you're gonna destroy the value of some puts that were taken out a long time ago. Let's call it a month prior. So bears are hoping for us to sell off into the end of the day. But you've got reports coming out today too, and a large number of them. We just had some SPY calls come in February 9th, 453C for $300,000. So think about the runway that we have available for the rest of today. And the interplay market wide, regardless of where people are positioning themselves. So I guess if you're a bear, you want to be holding fast until maybe 3 p.m. into the 4 o'clock hour and see if we get some volatility as we head into the close. The only concern that I would have would be if the CPI numbers are in line, or, you know, like we already know this, that we've got high inflation, then you might not print puts tomorrow on the CPI numbers. The safer bet is to trade calls on the VIX for tomorrow. And even then, you only hold the VIX until, well, I don't know if you can even hold the VIX until, because the CPI is before market open. So maybe the better trade is to sell the VIX after tomorrow. Not really thinking that through enough. You'd sell the VIX at the bell. Apple calls February 11th, 177.5C, $39,000. NVIDIA calls, still loading on those. February 18th, 300C for $115,000. The CPI number is going to be tough for me. I was expecting a really bearish take on CPI, and now I'm wondering if the cat's out of the bag so much that you really need some really, really bad, ugly numbers for sell the market. Sometimes they'll still sell the market just because, even if the numbers aren't that bad. Too, so you have to consider that into your plan for tomorrow. But, you know, we're on Wednesday. Market's been fairly green this week, so we do need a down day. It would seem logical if we were to have a down later today and a down tomorrow, just for having one day down this week, at least. I'd say I'd give the bulls until about 2 p.m. So another hour and a half. If the bulls can do it in the next hour and a half, let's do it. If the bulls can't do it in the next hour and a half, I'm going to give it to the bears. We'll look here and see what we can see. Yeah, I heard a guy late last night was talking about CPI and a guy that I trust. He was like, he made a good point. He was like, we've had so much fucking doom and gloom that it can only be, fucking rainbows, It's same shit the other day with the employment jobs numbers, right? At ADP telling us one thing, and then we've got the federal government telling us something completely fucking different. We still sold off. Slow day. Super slow day. Yeah, a lot of reversals do happen around 2:05. And we had Metzer speaking at 12 o'clock, so maybe Metzer's speech is over at this point. I'm not seeing anything here. I'm not getting a lot of Are we fucking? Oh, are we playing the global?
You're listening to Trade the News.
Yeah, I'm not getting a real slow day today. Make volatility great again. I missed a bunch of what you guys are saying. I was looking at some other stuff. Did SPY buyers move up? Unsure. We're perfectly absorbing all the buyers and sellers. A lot of reversals happen at 2:05. Do I believe in VIX TA? Euroboomer, I believe you. I am in agreement with you, Euroboomer. I don't think for a while VIX is going below 20. I don't think I like Euroboomer. Euroboomer knows what he's doing. Yeah, it's Alcoa. I trade the VIX. I trade the VIX, though. I paid a lot of attention to the VIX, I should say. Brands like Nike, Abercrombie & Fitch headline about not paying workers. Yeah, no, I'm streaming it. Trade the News is on. They're just not verbalizing anything right now. It's on. They just got nothing to say. I think it's just a slow news day right now. I think that's all it is. Someone else is commenting that we have the 10-year auction in 40 minutes. Well, the hero indicators, it's still negative, but it's turning less negative right now. Seen some calls coming into the market as well. AMD calls again. February 11th, 135C. Let's take a look at AMD. AMD's been... Sorry, I forgot to do CRSR. You guys got to bother me and be like, what the fuck's going on with this stuff? I'm getting lost here. I'm like, man, I just want to break out a hammock and take a nap. Come back to my calls later. All right, let's look at CRSR. More sellers than buyers. Nice. I like it where it's at. Working on 23, then 26, then 27. All you're right on support.
NextD reportedly considering the sale of its €1 billion buy now, pay later unit rate. November Echo X-ray India and Moab.
1940. Looks like buyers at $20. Trying to trade it up to $21. Pretty decent sell at 20.98 on CRSR. Yep, smoke them if you got them. Like, there isn't really much that we can talk about right now in terms of what's going on, right? We're in this channel that we're trading in. It's a weird-ass channel. Been going on since yesterday. Next sell on the SPY looks like 457.20. Next big sell. Looks like it. Market makers just sucking premium out of calls and puts. That was a pretty big move overnight. Looking at more AMD calls. I forgot, we're going to look at AMD next because the calls on AMD have been coming in all day long. You guys were talking about trading ticks earlier. I used to belong to trading ticks. I got rid of it. I liked the wealth of information. I didn't like. I felt like it wasn't. I felt like there was too much information. I know that some people like all that information. Let's see on SPY real quick. 457.32. I had a dip down at 454.74. A little bit of resistance here, a little bit of ice here at 456.58. Not major though. It's this stuff up here. Put some add-ons here. What are you guys interested in for? You guys want to go over? You guys want to go over some of these ER plays for today? Like thoughts on ER plays? AMD's interesting. Jesus Christ. There's a ton of buyers on AMD. 82 to 67. Here indicator's super hella green. At resistance right now. If it break above, they're at 131. If they do break through this 132, next move up is 135. That's a big move for AMD. Price target of 140. Man, still a lot of sellers up here at 140. I do like that trade though to if they can get through this, then take it to 135. We have some clear skies up here too. There's a push on AMD. We should trade AMD one day, or for like a week. Especially if you're a new trader. AMD is a great ticker to trade. Very forgiving. Do some due diligence on it. I used to trade AMD. It's one of the first. Like I started out trading SPY, of course, and then like trading individual tickers. Like before you start trading Tesla and Apple and all these other tickers, like a kick-ass stock to trade. They're very forgiving.
L'Oreal reporting results. Like-for-like sales of 11.2%. That's better than most analysts' expectations. Operating profit at $6.16 billion is just slightly ahead of expectations. Revenue, a small beat as well at $9.1 billion for L'Oreal fourth quarter. Seeing a report on ECB saying that many ECB officials distrust inflation forecasts.
No shit, we just said that. Inflation forecasts are a scam.
Defense Master saying there's a strong case to start reducing accommodation.
So Mester's still bearishing it up, hawkishing it up, still talking. Okay, so Twilio, please. Can we talk about your term trend lines? I do videos on those. Got a bunch of videos on how to do those. You stick around on a Sunday. When I do them on Sundays, I'll typically do some of those.
Master saying if inflation is not coming down by mid-2022, the Fed will need to remove accommodation at a faster pace.
Uber, Disney, ERs. Gold, silver. Gold, silver. Then Uber. Disney. That's on gold, silver. Disney. There was an upgrade to AMD. Yeah, Tom, Tom, are you on the...
Master saying in her view, the Fed can move considerably faster to shrink the balance sheet than it has in the past. Saying they don't want to do anything that will disrupt markets.
More puts on XLF, February 11th, 41.5 for $145,000. Calls on AES, May 20th, 24C, $525,000. That's May 20th. Another good one here, CCJ, June 17th, 20C, $430,000. Another call structure here with a high. This one's got a high algo score. IOVA, February 18th, 20C for $30,000. Gets a high algo score. I'm assuming that some dark pool came in for that as well.
Master saying having inflation under control will help the Fed sustain the expansion.
We'll look at Disney first. So I actually went down the rabbit hole in Disney. I've got some of that. You want to play for Disney? I'll give you a play for Disney.
Master says she does not see a compelling case to start with a 50 basis point increase.
What did she say about a 50 basis points?
saying that she does not like to take anything off the table. They're saying each meeting will be live.
That does suck. Have any of you guys been trading longer than a couple of years? That's not good news right there, just so you know. So they've told us in the past that they will do, let me look at Disney real quick. Do you guys know about, wonder if you guys have been trading for a long time or not. Back in the day, they would hold live meetings and they'd drop a bomb about interest rates. The market would shit the bed. Now, in the past, though, they never gave us a warning on. Let's see here. 150 calls, lots of interest on Disney. 150 calls on February 18th on Disney at 150. February 25th calls, 150. Where's Disney currently at right now? 145. 117, 20. It's a $5 spread, isn't it? Got rate hikes in March. Hang tight here. Still looking. Facebook calls coming in. February 11th, 230C, $233,000. Also for February 11th on Facebook, 230C, $63,000. Facebook calls again, February 11th, 240C, $31,000. Edit this. Call spreads. TQQQ calls February 11th, $87,000, high algo score. SPY calls February 9th, 456C, $63,000. AMD calls February 11th, 135C for $32,000. Another rack of Facebook calls. Must be some news coming out on Facebook. 230C for $56,000. God, I'm not seeing anything in the spreads. Like, I'm looking at spreads on Disney, and there ain't shit. You probably have to do something really wonky, like you do something really wonky, like on Facebook, on Disney, you do like, let me see.
That's for saying as the Fed moves toward rate increases, she sees no trade-off between the jobs and inflation mandates.
Watching lots of Facebook calls coming in right now. More NVIDIA calls as well. Like on February 11th, there's 11,000 contracts out on Disney at 150C. They're very expensive. They're $2.95 a piece. More Facebook calls. February 11th, 232.5C, $84,000. I mean, even the put side is buku expensive. But here's a key takeaway. Okay? So let's say I'm kind of bullish on Disney. Now, unless it opens, or let's say by the 11th it's flat. Let's look at the 18th just in case. It might even be better. So look at it from this perspective, right? On the 18th, February 18th for Disney, like there's zero interest over here, which is kind of surprising. Not a lot of interest in Disney going down. Wonder why that is. Everybody knows that everybody knows, maybe? Like just a wing and a prayer?
Investors saying that she expects Fed will need to get rates above neutral, but doesn't see an immediate need to do that.
Uh-oh. That's bullish. Okay, so like there's no interest on this, but like February 18th, you could take like
Well, from the Bank of Canada governor saying businesses are telling them it will take some time for supply chain challenges to normalize.
Oh, just a heads up that VIX is shit in the bed. All right, so this is a kind of a bizarre trade. No one's in on this trade. I don't know why.
Let's see, a report out of Texas of a fire in Houston's industrial sector.
But you could take like a 120. You could take a February.
Black smoke.
God damn it.
Rising.
Stop talking, bro. Charlie, shut the fuck up. Okay, so you could do like February 18th, 120p. They're 51 cents, right? And then you do like a, yeah, I don't know if that would pay out. I'm looking at the 150C, February 18th. I don't know. I don't like anything on Disney. Okay, so Snow calls February 18th, 290C, $200,000. Man, I don't like anything on Disney. I don't like the price of anything on Disney. And I just looked at spreads. I just looked at straddles. I'm not liking any of it. You know what it is about Disney? Give it a high chance that it fucking opens flat tomorrow, no matter what the ER is. What do you guys think about Disney? Deploy emergency black swan. Deploy the swans. Yeah, I'm looking at Disney on both sides, right? We were looking for Quinn to step up the FUD. It's weird. I'm looking at the chain on Disney, and I'm like, I don't like.
The balance sheet is not the Fed's primary policy tool.
Oh, dude, Jesus, Mester needs to shut the fuck up. Yeah, maybe a Disney calendar. Haven't looked at Twitter yet. It's weird. I'm looking. It depends on the ticker that I'm looking at. You know what's funny is well, no. So what the problem is this? I'm looking at the options chain in Disney, and it looks like they're gonna fucking fuck everybody. It doesn't look like anybody's getting paid.
Again, that's back saying a rising path in rates does not mean one increase, it's multiple increases.
Oh, Jesus, Mester. Okay, AMD, February 11th, 125C, $800,000. It's really bizarre right now. I'm like looking at the chain for Disney. Don't like it. It wouldn't shock me to see. It wouldn't shock me to see Disney just be flat, or at least by the open be flat. I'd say the safest trade on Disney is a far out call, like months, 6 months, 9 months, right where we are, a year, or just buy stock. And then if it trades down, sell puts at like 117. If it traded down to like 117 or so, just start selling puts on it. Make your money back. Disney's a hard one. You know what it is too, is it's got so much, so many people watching it. I like the Disney trade. I'm bullish on Disney in the close. If you want to know, like which way I'm leaning bullish on Disney.
Saying BOC is not on autopilot with its rate path. Saying they'll make a decision at each point.
Is like J-Pow screaming in her earpiece or something right now? The only other concern I would have for Disney would be it would sell off into the close today. That would be the last thing I would have to say about Disney. If you're gonna buy Disney stock, I would wait until like right before the bell. Unless someone knows something we don't know. More Facebook calls. February 11th, 235. That's not a good ticker to be looking at. I think there's easier trades than Disney. Facebook, February 11th, 235C, $120,000. Nvidia, more calls. February 25th, 265C, $426,000. All over Nvidia today, all over Facebook past hour. AMD's been all day long. You know how Disney trades too, right? Like Disney is such a frustrating ticker to trade. All right, so I'm going to get off the Disney. I'm going to stop talking about Disney. Next up, Uber. Let's look at Uber. Man, I like Uber. You just buy the stock. That's all I'm going to say about Uber. And everybody hates Uber, but I like where it's at. Launched in 2019. It's basically right where it should be, $37. I'm bullish on Uber too. And it's showing it because it's already up at $40. It was trading down below at 34. I'm going to assume then that its implied range is down to 35 or 45. I just like that stock. I like the price of that stock. SPY, February 9th, 453C, $215,000. I like the price of Uber. Like just buying that stock. Why play a trade? I'd say just buy some of it, sell calls and puts, make money off it. That's all I've got to say on Uber too. SPY's looking kind of bullish. Looks like my calls are coming back. I've averaged in a couple times on those SPY calls. Bought a bunch nice and cheap. Starting to break even. TLT puts, good to see. March 4th, 134p. More SPY calls. Big money coming into SPY right now. SPY calls February 9th, 453, close to $500,000. We'll see what happens. We'll spread it out here, see if it moves up or not. Uber needs a lift after getting dashed. So like, coming into ER for Uber, it's so cheap. Why bother? Just buy some shares, because you can then sell calls. You can sell puts. Well, we are reopening. You know, regardless of what everybody thinks, we are reopening. It's not. I mean, it's talking about it. It IPO'd when? Not long ago, right? The Uber IPO was not that long ago. It's not going anywhere. We're not getting taxis back. You know? Nothing for nothing. Like or dislike Uber. Hate the gig economy. It's not going anywhere. It's at $37. It IPO'd in May of 2019. It's trading at its basically at its IPO price. Just buy the stock. We'll look at silver and gold next.
Investors saying the Fed is still discussing what the actual balance sheet plan would look like. Investors saying the Fed would not necessarily sell mortgage-backed securities from the start of the balance sheet reduction.
Hell yeah, silver is looking bullish. Super bullish. Bullish to 2240, right? You already know that, though. You don't need me to tell you. Only other thing I would say on that would be another target would be right above here, 2157. You don't want to see a rejection there. You know what I would say on silver? This is my take on silver. You ready? I bet silver rejects at 2186. Trades back down to 1980, and then you finally get your rip on silver heading into March. And it lags gold usually. So there, I said it. Rejects. I'll do it gold. See if gold tells us anything about silver. Yeah, it looks bullish. I mean, on the outside, gold looks bullish too. I know that the big talk has been. I mean, I remember when it failed before, and everyone was saying, "Well, will it break through there?" And it didn't. I'm gonna say it rejects here too. That gold rejects at 172.68. It trades below support to 163.90, and then it rips higher. Don't hold me to that. I don't trade a lot of gold and silver. I have, but I don't right now. All right, so we're done with. So we did silver, gold, Uber, and Disney. Let's see here. CLF. You mean oil? I don't have futures on this. I don't think. I used to have futures on this, but I don't anymore. Are you at Cleveland Cliffs? Just lots of grinding right now on the SPY. Price target above is 457.40 unless it comes back down to VWAP. VWAP seems to have moved up to 455.90. Loading CLF right now. Facebook was on CNBC. Thanks, Steve, for saying something. TQQs doesn't show up well on Bookmap. I'm investing in NYC medallions. Dude, that's some crazy shit on NYC medallions. Yeah. Yeah, they do crazy reporting. Cody's right. That is one thing about Uber is they do the same shit that SQ does, right? Where they're allowed to do funky ass reporting where SQ's if you look at SQ's accounting practices, fucking disaster. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, Henry, as well. I think my point, though, is that I think my point is that, yeah, CLF is steel. I said oil, didn't I? Cleveland Cliffs. So I was thinking about, sorry, I'm going through all of your stuff right now. QS, Cliffs, PM, ER tomorrow. So, I think that's my initial claim on Uber. So it doesn't matter if Uber is successful or if it gets merged into another company or somebody buys it, whatever it turns into or morphs into. I think the key behind Uber and Lyft is that it's the future. And like another one that I hate is like I hate Dash as a company. I think they suck. I don't like any of the delivery food businesses. I can't believe people do delivery. I can't do it. I've tried a million different services that never works for me, but I know it's the future. And so that is important. And if the infrastructure is there, let's say Uber was like, we went bankrupt tomorrow, we're going to go bankrupt. They would pull a piton and they would be worth a lot of money. So I don't think it really matters whether they're profitable now or later. But I look at Uber like a future. I look at Dash like the future. I think that food delivery is in its infancy here in the U.S. I've lived in other countries, and food delivery is leaps ahead of what we consider food delivery. I don't think it's good for the American worker, but to say that that's not the future is irrational. Yeah, Quinn does. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm not really like fucking bullish on Uber per se, but yeah, the fees are absurd. The whole thing is absurd. The way we do it is absurd. Quinn keeps DoorDash in business. But I'm like, let's look at I'll look up CLF right now. But like seriously, let's look at like a Piton. Do you think Piton's the future, or do you think Uber's the future? No offense. Ooh, I like CLF. Oh yeah, CLF. Nice bounce down below. Look at that. Just bang. Off 2030, looking for 21 bucks. Way more buyers than sellers. We know that the Build Back America bill got some money coming out. Right? So Build Back America play maybe. We got 22 above. We do have a lot of sellers here, but your majority of your sellers are at 22 bucks. But still, I like the buyers here. I like CLF. Yeah, Taiwan's got banging food delivery. Japan's got okay food delivery. Not that good. Korea had badass food delivery. I've been to all those places. Or no, I've been to Taiwan. I've been to Thailand. Yeah, TaskRabbit. Yeah, Grab. I like Grab too. But you guys think about like, so like Peloton. If Peloton was like, oh yeah, we bought a bike company and we're gonna go to the outdoors with our brand, right? We're gonna become this company. We're gonna launch a clothing brand, like Lululemon or something. You like be a brand. Then I'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll get behind Peloton. I just don't like the Peloton didn't do all this work that needs to be done for you to stay relevant. You know, which pisses me off. So when I see like an Uber or DoorDash,
Esther saying that she believes long-term Fed funds rate is around 2.5%.
so yeah, like if you want to buy something right now, you're like, I need to buy something, stay involved in the market, keeping money out of cash. I don't know, buy Uber, dude. Dollar cost average into it. Not a bad idea. I'd rather buy that than Peloton. Comparing everything to Peloton right now. When is the warrant on Dash? I love New York. I used to live there too. Lived in New York. Never lived in San Fran, but I've spent a lot of time in San Francisco. Used to live in LA. Not proper. I used to live in not Marina Del Rey. Just north of Venice. the fucking Ferris wheel. Why does Peloton sponsors? Fuck Peloton. There's a Peloton apartment building here. And a bunch of Lux apartments. They used to live in Midtown. Peloton gym in the building, a bunch of Lux apartments. Yeah, Duck Disney. Don't fuck with the mouse. Peloton's been looking dumpy.
So for the electric vehicle market, seeing a report that Secretaries Granholm and Buttigieg plan to make an EV charging network announcement.
Uh-oh. EV charging network. Who does that help? Does that help Plug or does it help
There's
Charge
Blink
Point?
ticking higher on this report for BLNK.
Oh, Blink. BLNK, baby. Look at Blink.
Charge Point, CHPT also at highs. Charlie Hotel Papa Tango.
Charge Point at highs. Look at BLNK. Yeah, I'm not like, or I didn't, I disliked Peloton once we started the reopening because I was like, why aren't they coming out with something for a reopening play? Like, they should know better. They should have been like Johnny on the spot. Like, the future is riding bikes at home. Cool them down with that. You cornered that market. Now that we're reopening, do you have something for people to roll into? A reopening play for yourself. Do you talk about a wasted opportunity too? Oh yeah, dude, 5-1 on buyers on Blink. Oof. $24 price target, $25 price target, $24. Could be a quick trade for $1. Calls on Tesla, February 11th, 950 C.
The 10-year note auction bid cover 2.68, drawing 1.9, 0.4%, 29.3%, allotted at the high. Indirect bid at 77.6%, directs at 15%.
Puts on HYG, February 11th, 84P, $60,000. Tesla calls 950C, $200,000. That's for February 11th. The HYG is February 11th, 84P. AMD calls rolling in again, February 11th, 133C. NVIDIA calls, just keep them coming, right? NVIDIA, AMD, Facebook. AMD.
Your treasury yields moving to lows after the auction.
Have NVIDIA calls February 11th, 265C, $200,000. Facebook calls February 18th, 245C. And then now some SPY puts coming in February 28th, 456P, $428,000. Going to take a look here at HYG. Oh, TLT just rocket shipped up. That can be a big turn.
For FVI, seeing a report that Joe Rogan has rejected the offer from Rumble to move his show to their platform. Charlie Franklin, Victor India.
Huge spike on TLT currently.
There's the CFVI moving out to lows. Spotify at session highs.
So I guess that spot play was on Joe Rogan. We saw this yesterday. We saw the divergence in TLT and the market. We're seeing it again at the moment. I don't know how this plays out, but it's been, we talk sometimes about how TLT will have convergence and divergence with tech, which it's had as well these past few days. TLT or yields have not matched. Everybody's been saying yields are going to dump the market. In reality, it's been the opposite. And you can see Q's on the highs at 365.57, and then they spiked up right along with TLT. And at times you do see divergences in yields and tech. So I'm wondering how these SPY puts play out right now. Or is the trade against XLF and not the Qs? VWAP on the SPY is 456. We'll look lower to see if there's anywhere else with more ice below. $454.70. Maybe the trade is against financials and not necessarily the Qs. Yeah, MU's catching a bid today. Oh, CFVI is the competitor. Yeah, that's the bank put, right? That's the so you'll see maybe SPY drop and Qs stay just fine. Yeah, I would be careful on the Qs puts right now. I don't think the Qs have been divergent to bond yields currently. Trades against financials and not the Qs. More Rivian calls. I think this is the second rack of Rivian calls we've seen. February 18th, 70C, $231,000. Someone just mentioned MU, and MU calls coming in, so we'll take a look at MU. Let that load up. Yeah, I'm watching XLF right now. XLF is, the prior low was 40.96, and it's retesting that low currently. So this will be the second test. We'll know which way the market moves here. This will be a deciding moment for the market. We'll find out. We got watching some blink calls come in. February 11th, 22.5 C for $119,000. Just to reiterate, the MU calls from someone in the chat was bringing it up. It was catching a bid. See if we can get an add-on here. But sometimes the hero won't work on these tickers. Nice on MU, right? Nice price target above, crashing through some resistance here, looking for $88. Do have an error indicator that's positive on MU today. More buyers than sellers on MU. Good shout out on MU, by the way. So we'll see if I'm watching XLF closely right now because they had a retest down below at 40.96. Haven't seen more XLF puts. Haven't seen commitments. Earlier we saw all those XLF puts, but I haven't seen more rolling in at this point. So we'll just keep a close eye on it. If the bottom is defended on XLF, you should see a move up in the SPY. If not, you'll see the SPY with a pretty decent sell-off. You saw some spoofing. No shit. Facebook parent Meta stock bounces after chart flashes most oversold reading in a decade. CFVI is drilling, huh? Holy shit. Let's look at CFVI. That whole thing was a scam, right? Was that like we're gonna offer him $150 million? CFVI. Looks like somebody leaked it already with the Spotify trade. Somebody already knew that the deal was done. It's probably Jamie that bought those calls on Spotify. Jamie, put some calls on Spotify. Yeah, of course, Joe. I'll do whatever you want. That's a good CFVI drilling whole thing. We should have paid attention to that trade because we knew that was never going to happen, right? I should have paid attention to that stupid trade. That's a no-brainer. Yeah, bye-bye CFVI. Looks like there's some support on $13. Where's the... Oh, there we go, baby. CFVI. Ultimately, the price target's $10. There it is right there. $10 price target, CFVI. Looks like there's plenty of time to get in. Okay, we're going to look at IEX. All right, so we're going to look at IEX, and then I'm going to take a quick break until the 2 o'clock hour. IEX and one other, DHR. It was just PR to get the CFVI name out there. Yes, I do. Thank you for asking. So, if you like what the content that we're putting out, today's a slow day. I apologize for this, but most days we do pretty well around here. If you want to donate to help support the channel, the donate button is down in the description. You'll see a place to donate there. If you are a new trader or if you are a poor trader, just the like and subscribe is all that's needed. There's nothing required here for this subscription. It's all free. We've got a trading room, Discord channel, website. We've got a Twitter handle for when we make trades. And down below is where you donate. If you don't want to donate there, on @CaptainsAlpha, we have a pinned tweet at the top of the profile We're another place to donate as well. Help support and keep the channel running. All of these services cost a lot of money. I think they're roughly costing me, I don't know. I know it's high. It's like 15 grand a year or something, minimum. And then the hardware and the upgrades and all that kind of stuff. This year probably will run me somewhere like 20 grand or something. So I appreciate all the support. And then, of course, I'm live here every day. And I do a daily brief in the morning as well.
Fiscal period SI moving
Thank you for
higher on a
subscribing,
positive
Daniel. I
mention from
appreciate
Bill
it.
Miller on CNBC, Sierra India.
We're bouncing off support right now on the VWAP. On the SPY. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out some stuff here. We're going to look at IEX right now. Let's take a look at IEX. Still watching that test. Slow moving test on XLF. Nice. IEX. I like it. More sellers than buyers right now, but I like the defined, it's low volume, low float. Not low float, probably just low volume. Ticker. Buy at 190, sell at 210. I don't know how long you've been in this one for, Joe. Looks like you've got major sellers though. Just a heads up at 209.
Bill Miller also remains positive on Gannett. GCI shares moving higher in Gulf Australia, India.
And then you buy the dip right now is 190.77. What was the other one that you wanted?
We're also mentioning Vroom VRM positively. Victor Romeo Michael.
Yeah, there's some calls on shop earlier. CFVI, DHR. Let's look at DHR. Check out DHR. Yeah, I like DHR. Remember that ticker? This is your chance, bears. You got to set the market on XLF. Ooh, this one's nice too. Get more sellers than buyers. Buy the dip is down at 269.64. Currently trading on a support level at 291.97. Resistance at 305 and 312. Not a lot of sellers here though. More buyers than sellers where we are. Let's see. Oh, okay. So your price target on DHR is 315.
Fed accepting $1.65 trillion in the overnight burst repo operation.
Looks like 330. You could probably make it to 330. You need good news. You can see it over here, right? So I would say your price target's 315 on DHR. Get slightly more sellers than buyers on this one, other than not the other ticker. Yeah, just getting burned, right? Let me take a look and see what I got. I'm still like kicking around here. I'm like down 30%, down 40%, down 30%, down 40%, down 30%, down 40%, down 30%, down 40%. So the market's looking to break, right, in a direction. I'm like, I want to tell, so I've got QQQ puts, right? But it's $60,000. It's not really worth talking about. February 9th, 365p. Not really worth talking about, because the next up I've got SPY calls February 9th, 454C for $266,000. So I don't know what to say to you guys on the market moving right now, or the movement of the market. This looks like I mean, we've got more sellers than buyers, but this looks more like we're moving up, not moving down. I could be wrong on this, of course. Not financial advice. Five Hercs. It's a SPAC to 1050. It goes. Arcade doesn't show up well on Bookmap as well. So I'm not going to show that one. We've tried that one before. If I don't get my shit together, I'm going to need donations. That's a prior SDIJ CNBC pump. Nice call out, Josh. SDIG. ITRM. Yeah, I'll look at it. ITRM. Nobody's called that one out before. ITRM. I'll load that one up for you. Yeah, a lot of I'm hearing a lot of. Oh, it's a supplier of yours, BBIG. I've heard a lot of whispers about BBIG. A lot of pumping. DH has been punished as well. Yeah, fuck Piton. Yeah, CG. Yep, feeling bullish. Just dead today. Market is moving banks selling to all the buyers, it seems. Well, you know what's funny too is they made a trade against XLF, and XLF looks like it's fucking bottoming. Or it doesn't look like it's fucking like loads of puts on XLF, and it didn't go shit. It just bounced right now, didn't it? A moment ago, I think it did. So that trade didn't work out. I guess maybe they just hold fast on their puts, and maybe they'll eventually print. How to get a market using the news excuse to shit on bears or bulls or both. You know, Thomas, someone brought up last night, late night to me, they said that we're expecting a hot CPI print, that you might want to take the contrarian trade. So, I mean, it's got to come in really, really hot. Now, the other side of that is that sometimes we'll dump it just cause, right? Even if let's say the print doesn't come in hot. Remember when we had employment numbers ended up coming out really good, right? And we dumped anyways, right? So it didn't matter what the unemployment numbers was going to be. They planned on us dumping, and so they didn't give a flying fuck what numbers we got. Yeah, look at pins for you too. Yeah, XLF looks frozen, dude. Seriously, like, what is going on with XLF? VIX is really close to going sub 20. Chaz is saying Russia's undone will succeed in Russia crisis to talking about Minsk agreements. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Be really careful trading against this month's CPI every year. The February print is a throwaway because of how the BLS calculate the statistics. Yeah. I thought we traded higher. I thought there was this whole thing. From my experience this time of year, my experience this time of year is once all the once all big tech and shit, once they're all done with their ERs, they start announcing buybacks at any moment. So if you start seeing companies you start seeing like a bunch of big tech companies announcing buybacks right now, like Facebook's. You're going to see rips all over the place. You'll see a melt up from now into OPEX. That's my fear. If you guys want to see some good news that nobody doesn't know about, like something nobody is talking about, fucking start seeing buybacks happen. Market's going to go straight north for like 3 days, 5 days. That's the news. If you want to know what the news is that we don't know about yet, it's if you start hearing about buybacks. If that happens. That's the news. That's the good news. SOXX, rocket ship, right on. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at XLF right now. It's not looking that dumpy. Not looking that dumpy. I don't know where we go. Usually in these moments, what happens is I get out of a trade and then it moves. That's why I was going to take a break. I was like, yeah, I'll take a break. Holy shit, really? ITRM? You want me to look at ITRM? Sell. Sell. It's right at resistance right now. 4492. Buyers down below at 0.3879. You got me with that one, ITRM. Yeah, I thought that the blackouts on buybacks start ending this week. So if they did buybacks, it would have happened Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The blackouts were in place still. I think everyone thought that the buybacks happened last week, but they didn't. The buybacks did not happen. No, there's blackouts on the buybacks during their ERs. Short-term ends. What's Alex saying? OBV and RSI are both divergent and short-term head and shoulders. Trade ticks algo flow is negative on the SPY. Yeah, we've got a negative hero indicator here as well. My one concern with the negativity on the hero indicator today, the only concern that I have on the hero indicator today is the hedging activity might be influencing the hero indicator. And I do think we enter volatility later on in the day. I think once we get into like that 3 o'clock hour, we'll see some volatility into the close. So it's 1:20. I think I said I would give the bulls till 2 p.m. So they got another half an hour. I've got two takes on the negative hero indicator being here all day long. I've got two sides to this story. Number one, if the longer the hero indicator is negative, the more chance, if we're trading sideways like this, the greater the chance that we trade down eventually. My only other concern with the hero, sometimes people say
tomorrow's inflation data will show a high year-over-year figure. And White House saying that inflation data out tomorrow will show a high year-on-year figure.
White House is trying to soften the blow on CPI data tomorrow. If you guys just heard that, but they've been talking about that for weeks. The hero indicator should be negative at some point today on the SPY, if not tomorrow. The longer that it stays negative, the more risk there is to the SPY.
PM Bennett announcing they'll lower taxes for working families and lower tariffs on many products.
Oh, hold on. So eventually we should sell down from the hero indicator, specifically on the SPY, due to it being negative. So I do see that happening. My only concern with the hero indicator is every once in a while it's not right. That doesn't mean today that is implied to today. But I think that sometimes when people complain and say, "Oh, it's not working. We went out. Why were we going up when the hero indicator was down? Why didn't it work out?" I think it's sometimes because it's accounting for hedging activity and not put flow, which is two different things, believe it or not. So I'll give it to the bulls until 3 o'clock. If nothing changes, then I will close my position, and I'll be looking to take a neutral to bearish
outside
position.
Forecasters' projections continue to show moderate fall in inflation going forward.
That's a crock of shit. I say we dump. Yeah, he already got here, Chaz. We beat you, Chaz. We're ahead of everything you post, Chaz. We've already got it. Yeah, that's what one guy was saying to me last night. He's a smart trader too, long time big money trader. He's like the worse they make it, man. He's like, when we get into this CPI report, it's gonna be old news. And I was like, I wasn't thinking of it like that. I was looking at it as a highly volatile event, and we'd probably trade down from it. Yeah, so I'm going to give it to the Bulls until 2. I'm going to give it to the Bulls until 2. It could possibly head into like 3 o'clock hour, but I think it'll get riskier the closer we get to 3 p.m. And the volatility I'm looking at for the close has more to do with some of the bigger tickers that we have having earnings. I don't like those tickers ever. I don't like trading them typically either around their opens and closes every day. Like Disney is a disaster to trade. You can trade Disney will like burn off into the bell and then rip higher by 10, 20 points and then sell off right at the opening bell the following day. Yeah, I can check crowd for you. I'm going to check what for you? Crowd. And I think someone else is on the opposite side of my trade right now. I forget who it is up there that's in my... Hold on. Someone's on the opposite side of my trade, and their puts aren't doing as good either. I forget who it is that's in the put side. Just burning off both sides right now. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a bit. Come back for the show at 2. We'll have a show, I guarantee it. The only other concern I would bring to you on this would be that if you're bearish right now at this moment for today, this is the place, right? Make a stand right here. Without a doubt, this is the place to take a stand. But the banks brought us up here for a reason, right? Or that's the implied idea, is that we're here for a reason. So, although we know the real reason is that the value of put hedging is burning off right now. So you've got some capitulation, people unhedging. Crowd, I like crowd. I like it. There's more sellers than buyers right now in crowd, but I do like its positioning. 150 to 180. Your price target's 225. I do like crowd though. I like this setup. I don't really ever like when like the balls here are down below and these are up like, all above you. You've got no supports. Crowd's got really nice supports right now. I like it. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. We'll take a quick break. Just a heads up that I'm watching a lot of tickers from yesterday's ER rolling over. Like end phase is rolling over. Slightly starting to get kind of weird looking. Looking at Chewy real quick. Another one I'm looking at, I just looked at real quick. Chipotle. So there might be some profit taking at some point today by some of these high flyers from yesterday. Just be warning.
Sweden's Klarna reportedly considering a new round of fundraising. Klarna could seek a $50 to $60 billion valuation.
On a smaller time frame, there's
the
a bull
firm shares
flag.
take a little bit higher on this report for AFRM.
There's a bull flag forming slowly on SPY back from 11 o'clock this morning. But I'm looking at a bunch of tickers that had great earnings reports. They seem to be slightly rolling over. That could be a false bull flag. Be aware of it. Also watching calls on Facebook, March 18th, 250 C for $474,000. Another note another note out there too is I'm looking at the put side of today. Puts today, there's 235,000 contracts. They've been burned down to 47 cents, 48 cents. I think they started the day off at like $2. Absolutely getting destroyed on the put side as well.
ZNGA reportedly planned to release its first NFT game later this year, Zulu November Golf Alpha. They're in a pending merger with Take-Two and are expected to report earnings after the close for ZNGA.
Another note would be to pay attention to IWM. Calls coming in on, I told you about those Facebook calls, March 18th, 250C for $500,000. SPY calls February 9th, 453C, $371,000. TXN, February 11th, 175C, $212,000.
BOC Governor Macklem continuing saying that when they can increase the policy rate, they will be considering exiting reinvestment phase and moving to what some people call the quantitative tightening phase. White House Press Secretary saying that as they observe preparation for Russia-Belarus military exercises, we see this as escalatory. BOC's Macklem saying an extended protest by truckers could exacerbate the strained supply chain.
More stacking of SPY puts. February 9th, 458 P for $111,000. Facebook squeezing. The hedge wall was down at 220. Facebook now up to 231.38.
That's Master saying the U.S. is not in a wage price spiral dynamic. BSC, and we do expect housing activity to remain at a really quite elevated levels of backlog. Esther saying she expects inflation will start to come down in the second half of the year. Saying Fed is working through the balance sheet reduction plan.
SQ puts February 11th, 112P, $460,000. SPY calls February 11th, 461C, $109,000.
White House press secretary saying that the president thinks it's wrong Americans pay high prescription drug prices. BOC's Macklem saying nothing is precise about estimates for a neutral rate. Possible rates may even need to go above neutral, says Macklem. White House press secretary saying that talks with Iran have reached an urgent point. If a deal is not reached in the coming weeks, it will be impossible to return to the talks. For Tesla, seeing a German press report saying that Tesla looking to start production at their Berlin factory in mid-March at the earliest, Tango Sierra Lima Alpha. BOC's Macklem saying Canadians are seeing inflation on a broader set of goods, and that certainly can start to influence their psyche. Saying that by signaling a very clear intent to raise rates, they hope to assure Canadians' inflation will come back down to target.
Currently 2 p.m.
Boston Fed naming Susan Collins as the new president of the Boston Fed. Be the first black woman to head a regional Fed bank. Collins to be FOMC voter starting in July.
Watching some squeezing in some of tech stocks across
Collins
the board.
succeeding Rosengren, who resigned in September.
SPY squeezing higher. Still looking at those sellers above at 457.30. The German Teslas probably won't have any steering chips in them. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of discussion. Everyone's saying to start buying anything that's been beaten down to shit. All the dog shit stocks have been beaten to shit. Watching calls on QQQs, NVIDIA, DS. DS can pass on that one. TQQs though. Q's $172,000 on 214,375 C. TQQ Q February 11th 62 C $93,000. Look to see if we get a rejection up here or not. $460. So 457.40 and then free. No, I mean there's some ice up there, but some free ride up there to 460. Hey, how's it going, Markets of Mayhem? I'll just take a quick break. Yeah, the myth, the legend. I'm getting a lot of shit talking on my call position that I'm in right now. Just a slow grind up. How are you doing, Markets of Mayhem? I mean to check in with you. I figured good time to be showing up 2 o'clock. It's on the rails, just heading up. Relentless. Yeah, I'm still in on 460C. Yeah, I want to see if we bleed up to the min 460Cs. I've been averaging down though. I'm almost at break even right now. So we'll see if we grind up to 460 or not. Diamond hands, baby. Yeah, you know, I think it's more of choosing, right, Winky? It's like you can't just pick like some shit stocks, but yeah, I'm at about 11 cents. We were at 8 cents for a minute, so I think I'm at 11 cents. I think I started at like 15 cents, bought a bunch at like 5 cents, 6 cents. I don't know exactly where I'm at, but somewhere in there. Yeah, right in here, there's a little bit of ice back up in here. If we break above this 45740, there should be clear skies to 460. If not, we'll see if we get a sell-off. The real target, I think, is, well, the 45754. That's the prior high, right? I know that SG mentioned 460 as being the target, but the 45754 is that previous high. See if we can get that high. I'll see if I'm break even or not. Yeah, somewhere between now and 3 p.m. we'll know. Well, we've had a lot of, it's been weird. We had a lot of moving going on, right? At 2 o'clock. So it used to be like 3 p.m. every day. We'd see the market kind of slow down at 2 p.m. and then we'd see a move at 3. But it seems like lately 2 p.m. has been power hours. There's a lot of squeezing going on because the hedge on Facebook is down at 220. Well, that's at least that's the talk elsewhere. That's right. Watching some calls come in on MSFT, February 11th, $100,000. CVS calls coming in. For any of you that are interested in CVS, February 11th, 106 for $30,000. $45,712. Winky's like, Spy's only going up until Captain Jim James sells his fucking calls. Then it'll go down. I know. I agree, Winky. Now trading up to 45.7.23. And break through this area here. If we can break through this area here, a little bit more ice above 4520. 45820. That's an interesting number. I think there's ice. I think there's more ice here than is showing. I think there's more sellers here than are showing themselves. They don't understand that, Winky, that the Facebook move is temporary. Short covering slightly different than a Vanarelli.
Equity markets extending gains. The S&P up 1.4%. The NASDAQ up almost 1.9%.
Up to like 10 cents right now. So I'm getting close to break even here. Those 455 puts that everybody's in, those things are just getting hammered. They're down to like 26 cents. They're at like 45 or 48 cents, right? Not too long ago. I think this morning they were at fucking like $2 or something. I'm gonna go back and look and see what exactly was bought all day long on SPY puts. Shit tons of SPY puts. Should see some action here within the next 5 minutes. No, I'm actually looking at the, I'm looking at some spot gamma information on Facebook right now. I've been looking at it for the past half an hour or so when I was taking that break, whenever it was, 10 minutes. I was looking at some, they've got some tools that I can look at for individual tickers. It's got one of the biggest hedges on it. More so than any other ticker. I think that's why you're not seeing the Tesla squeeze. That small little squeeze on Tesla's not as big. Because the hedge wall is not that low. But it's hella low on Facebook. You'll notice that the Facebook squeeze it won't last as long. If it was a true Vanna squeeze, it would just be straight up melt up. When you see small squeezes, that's just short covering. So the next 3 minutes or so, we'll see some movement. So, ooh, I like that, Winky. Who's SNX, right? I think haven't we talked about SNX before? Yeah, XPI was a nice play this week, wasn't it? XPI was a beautiful play. I'm going to look at that one up for myself. What am I looking for here? I thought we discussed SNX before. Yeah, I like that SNX, bro. I like how it's trading, bro. And I like that. I like the whole chart on it. I'm gonna have to buy some of that. Let's buy some stank. Should I wait a day? Let it cool off for a day, or just buy? Got bulls trying to buy calls right now. February 9th, 455C, $246,000. Spy calls again, February 9th, 458C, $36,000. Come to me, bulls. I'll hand you my bags. Come find me. Always gotta love it. Yeah, I was wondering if I should wait down. I saw that 104, 105 number. First week in March. Yeah, I like that trade. I like SNX. All right, 215. Let's see what happens. Yeah, Qs are at a key gamma strike right now at NASDAQ. So just a heads up to all you guys, or all you weirdos out there, we are at 15,024 on NASDAQ. Cool 15,000. Notable. Also, if you're looking at a daily chart on the NASDAQ, on the SMA, the 200, we're just coming into the 200 right now on 200 simple move, the daily moving average, simple moving average, SMA, whatever you call it, DMA. We are right at resistance on the 200 MA. This would be a turning point for the bulls if we're able to get above it. It's a critical moment in juncture. So grab your champagne, your bourbon, your cigars. If you're a bear, you know you're watching the 21-day moving averages swooping underneath NASDAQ right now. So we should see a pretty decent blast off or a rejection here. Yep, so here we are, basically in the area, just on a larger view here, right? Market's starting to look at, you know, that 460 mark. We're at 457.42, almost 458. This is the inflection point, right? Sold all the way down to 420. We're right here right now. This is where the market looks up and around. Hey, is this where we're headed? Is next stop 480, or is this as far as we're going? Yeah, if you look on if you bring up a chart on NDX, the NASDAQ 100. Put it on a daily chart. You'll see the 21 MA swooping underneath the green candle for today, and then it's about to tap here the 200 MA. 200-day moving average. So you're either going to see a rocket ship north, like a fucking rocket ship, or you're going to see a big rejection. SPY, March 18th, 476C. This is where all the pain comes in if you're a bear, right? You're just like, I'm in pain. The question becomes, is there bear capitulation, or do bears double down, triple down, quadruple down? Pretty big moment in the market. Very noteworthy. Yeah, I got, what do I have here? March 18th, 476C. SPY, right? SPY, March 18th, 476C, $927,000. We are seeing call expansion. That will lend itself, if we have that call expansion too, right? That lends us to more, a larger trading range. That kills some volatility, but it also, we can trade higher. What did I miss, Winky? I missed something. In the chat, I missed something. He said, I'll keep saying it. Now, another way to look at this too would be if you're a bull and you want to go long, this is a nice place to put a hedge on. Not a bad place to hedge. Just a heads up, we just flipped gamma positive on SPX technically, supposedly. I don't know if I can verify that. Yeah, Tom, that's a fair point too. We just flipped a positive gamma. Just a heads up on that note. We are at a very critical or key moment in the market right now. Are you guys is there a lot of lag in my video? Right now I've got 2:23 in the afternoon. Are you guys getting me at was there much lag in this video? One other note on this too, on this subject. Now, sometimes you'll see VIX going with the market going up too. So that could happen if we trade higher here. And say we are going to trade higher. I'm saying if we do, you could see the VIX actually go up as we trade higher, just due to where we are in the market. You got that Python script to run? Right on. Low lag. Okay, good. I got you, Jess. 20-second delay is not so bad. That's pretty fast, actually. I posted a Python script yesterday for the free script that's for gamma and gex and volatility levels that you can get up to date current. So you're not just relying on spot gamma. You actually can get to the minute, to the hour. Posted on the regular handle last night. I should have posted it in the fucking Discord, and I didn't. It was late last night. Now, what you guys want to know is that we're flipping to positive gamma right now. Now, that doesn't mean we hold it, but this is an inflection point in the market right here, okay? Right on, Billy S. So right here, where we are in the market right now is crucial. It's crucial that it holds. You want to see, but there's things you want to see, right? You want to see call expansion. I mean, if you're a bull, this is what I'm going to tell you what you guys want to be seeing, okay? This is like a painful moment for being a bear, right? This is when bears that have been short. This is a point of, like investor, trader psychology, all that kind of stuff. Then you've got the banks, of course, are aware of this where we are right now. So you're going to be looking for call expansion, not in the money stuff. Because if it's in the money stuff, then we're just going to trade like we are right now, right? Day to day, day to day. That's also why the VIX is up at 20. If you see us start, let's say you start seeing lots of calls coming in, I don't know, a month, 3 months away, outside the money, and you start to see bears and even bulls not taking on protection, right? They're not as fearful anymore. They're not renewing the protection. And you'll see volatility compress, which would lead to higher prices slowly over time if we expand the calls. That doesn't mean you trade up to 480, but if you've got 480 calls, you probably trade up to 470. You'll have some better range expansion too, right? Right now, it's been brutal. Trading in the directional bias. You can't take with the VIX over 20, 23. You can't take a swing trade. I'm sorry, you just can't. It's almost impossible to do. So you want to see, there's 30 things you're looking for. So if you're a bear right now at this inflection point, you're looking for a renewal of puts, right? You want to see bears step in here and say, fuck no, we ain't doing this. And I'm going to load to the tits on bunch of puts, right, and just overload the market with puts. The other thing that you're looking for is, are the banks buying actual underlying equities, which they did yesterday into the close, and it looks like they're doing here today, right? And then Winky's talking about taking profit. So what Winky's point is that a bank, let's say, bought calls down at 420, and they want to take profit now, right? So they're going to hand bags off to you. You're going to buy those calls from him, or the dealers will buy them back. Yeah, I'll post it on the at Captain's Alpha today. That's a joke, right, Shane? I just made bank on the ride down from 480 to 420. You'd probably buy your house with the money I made on the ride down. It was awesome. And then on the ride up, I paid for more put protection for a free ride up. So you just want to be looking here. You want to just be aware as we trade the next day or two where we are. You want to be aware today, tomorrow, the flows that come in. You want to be hyper aware of an expansion in call buying. If you don't see an expansion in call buying, we know what happens. We'll drift lower until we do. Yeah, save some money, get rid of SpotCam. Exactly. This hasn't been a fueled rally either. Let's be clear about something. This isn't a Vanna rally. I don't know how much experience you guys have had with Vanna rallies and short covering rallies. This is a short covering rally so far. There are unique differences to both. Yeah, I normally don't. Someone just asked if I watch the Discord feed during stream, and I don't, but I'm going to start watching it now.
Vuzix VUZI, they're expanding its logistics operations in Europe to support growing European businesses. Victor Uniform Zulu India.
I wasn't, so someone just asked in Discord if I watch it. I normally haven't been, but I'm going to start paying attention to it. I have it on right now on a different computer, so I do have it in front of me right now. It's been hard for me to get into the gist of doing this live streaming and then adding each tool and then paying attention to everything all at once while I'm trading as well. It's been complicated. Or it's just memory, right? Having to do things over and over and over and over and over and over again. Evan Flo just heard me. He just tweeted or wrote something in Discord. So you just have to be aware of what this means, where we are. I want you guys, all of you guys out there, just to understand where we are in the market, have a broader view of where we are in the market, and what signs you're looking for if you're bullish for us to continue to trade higher. We could trade sideways too. That was someone, I think I saw someone post that in chat. If we don't see call expansion. So look at it from this, we can make it really, we can dumb it down. So if I'm a dealer, right, there's other parts, concepts in this, but we can dumb it down real simple. So let's say I'm a guy, right? And you're betting the market goes down in 3 months. And so you hand me $100 and you say, okay, Captain, I'm betting you that the market goes down in 3 months. Here's $100, right? So you give me $100. We'll make this real simple. Try to simplify as simple as possible. So you give me $100, right? And you say in 3 months the market's going down. So I take your $100, right? And then I'm looking for some counterparty to say, well, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with Winky. I think the market's going up. And I'm like, okay, give me $100. So this other guy, we'll call him Jess, because Jess is uber bullish. So Jess gives me $100 saying the market's going up, right? And Winky gives me $100 saying the market's going down, right? So first thing I'm going to do is when Winky gives $100, I'm going to hedge against that actually coming true, right? And then I'm going to hedge against Jess when Jess steps up and says, nope, we're going up. So I'm hedging both sides right now. We don't really have any more movement. The market wouldn't move there. So what I need to see is as time passes, the market would go sideways, right? And I would murder both Jess and Winky's puts and calls, and I would keep the $100, believe it or not. Thank you for playing. That's where that saying comes from, basically, right? Thank you for playing. I took your money. Nobody won. The house wins. It's really basic. There's a whole, it gets way more complicated, but hold on a second. So let's say now Winky and Jess have calls and puts equal value on the market. And then some other guy like Joe Donut shows up.
Crude futures settling 89.66 per barrel, up about 0.3%.
Joe Donut shows up. He says, you know what, I'm with Winky. We're going down. So they put $200 in there. Or now they got $200, $100 each, right? Yeah, it's the Gamma post from Sergi. Thanks, Winky. I appreciate that, Winky. And so some weird things can happen, right? Let's say, so I've got Joe and Winky hedged, right? And I got another $100 from somebody else where market's going down. I need like a cascading effect for the market to go down, right? For puts to go down. I need people to keep buying puts so that I can pay Winky and then Joe, and then we get all this fervor down here, right? And sooner than later, I've got a bunch of people buying a whole bunch of puts down here. Meanwhile, Jess's money is gone. We've taken Jess's money and paid Winky off, paid Joe off, and then we got a bunch of FOMO at the bottom. Then you get a bunch of bears buying puts, right? Bunch of bears at the bottom. Market's already gone down. Now they're buying all these expensive puts down here, right? They're now worth $1,000. They pay me $1,000 for the puts that were originally $100. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of bear bulls step in, and they're like, "Ooh, calls are super cheap," so they start buying them. I'm complicating this. I need to make this simpler. My stance is that Feb OPEX is 450, then 441, then March OPEX and SPY is 471. I don't care if you're wrong or right. Hold on one second. So we get some SPY puts coming in right now. SPY 29 456 P, and then SPY puts 216 448 P for $92,000. I think we get OPEX. My OPEX number is right around 440, 442 for February. I think we trade lower. I think the high level for us is 480. I don't think we get any higher than 480. So I think the wall, like the absolute gamma strike on the SPY is 480. So maybe we trade, so 460 is pretty high for us. We could possibly trade to 470 or wish we could trade to 480. And then I think we trade down. That's what I think. Anyways, the point being is this. So where we are right now, I'm fucking this up. The point being is this. Where we are right now, you want to see bears lay in on puts. Like lay in. Right? It's the only way that those puts down there are going to print is if that happens. And calls were so goddamn cheap at 420, right? That people bought calls dirt cheap. And so we're running it up right now, and now people are taking profit on these calls. That's what Winky, I think, is talking about. Because they're going to hand those off to bag holders, right? Now you got a bull up here that's going to be like, hey, yeah, we're going to fucking 480. Give me some of those expensive calls. Paul saying 450 by end of week. That's a fair point too, Winky. But they won't take it there until after they expire. Yeah, I've got a link down below to think. No, do I have a Webull link down there? Just sign up for like Webull or something like that. I think most platforms have paper trading. Not all. I don't know if Robinhood does. I don't know if Options AI does. God, I'm only at 9 cents on those calls. All those puts are down to 17, 18 cents on those, where all those bunch people are in on, or algos are in on 265p. No, sorry, 455p. They're down to 18 cents now for February 9th expiry. I might be interested in buying some puts at some point. Maybe at 3 p.m. I'm interested in trading puts. I'm being tempted. Pen's finally moving. I'm going to have to cut these fucking calls loose if I don't make any money. Because they're going to fucking burn them. I guarantee it. Watching some calls on Uber. Dangerous trade. February 11th, 41C. $169,000. SPY calls 211, 462C. That's against what I'm saying, of course. IWM May 20th, 225C, $532,000. We'll see if we can melt up into the bell and then melt up into, if we melt up into the bell to 460, that'd be kind of nice. If not, we could trade higher after the bell in the overnight. Bears are failing it right now. They're sweating. Whew. I still have put spreads, 440s and 442s. Well, 440 to 442. But they were free. Didn't cost me shit, so I'm still fucking diamond hitting those things. We'll see if we roll over here. We got 20 minutes until 3 p.m. Not as much movement as I was expecting at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, I was expecting some big moves. We haven't gotten it on either side. The hedge wall on Facebook was down at, let me look and see. Hedge wall this morning on, let me take a look real quick. I think it was at 220. Yeah, the hedge wall was at 220 this morning on Facebook. The key gamma strike was 220, trading at 228. I use the Pro Chart spot gamma hedge or squeeze tool that they have to find these. We have a lot of puts rolling off today as well, right? The more puts that we have rolling off the market, the more we don't rehedge or buy more puts, then you will see us trade high. We'll just keep melting up. That will melt up. The melt up will be if there's no more hedging or put buying. The Vanna rally would be that the puts roll off and don't get rehedged and call expansion. That's when you see a true Vanna rally. So there's a difference, and you should be aware of the differences between a melt up from puts losing value and being closed, right? And then the Vanna rally, which is where we just go straight bars green straight up for 3 straight days. Even my calls right now, the calls that I'm in right now are not gaining value like they would in a Vanna rally, which would be the dual effect, right? You'd get the dual effect of puts, the value of puts rolling off, right? And then being closed and sold and all kinds of other shit.
Pentagon spokesperson saying we still don't know if Putin has made a decision on Ukraine.
So you want to see both of those actions at the same time, which we haven't seen yet still in the market. So it's just this slow grind up. Well, so there has been some rolling of puts. There was some rolling of puts to the March 18th strike. They rolled from February 18th to March 18th down to like, I think it was 430, 420, 430. And then this week there was some more roll into May for 400. Much lower in May. And then I saw some IWM puts that came out yesterday, some wonky hedging that came out on IWM. Watching some SPY puts, low money, like 30 grand. Q's, low money on calls, like SPY, February 9th, 457 P for $36,000. Then Q's, February 9th, 367 C for $39,000. I want to see what Uber does. I guess maybe the trade would just be some call spreads. If you were bullish, just get some call spreads at the open. Yeah. Should I invade another country? $443 around March 1st. Yeah, I always get pissed off when they do that, Winky, when they burn the strikes and then the week or two later they nail it. So right now we're flipping volatility or flipping gamma right now. It does account for the hedging. Thanks for I wasn't sure if it did or didn't. Because that would So is the indicator separate for hedging, or is it not a part of the hero? I know it is always their job, isn't it? Thank you for playing. That's why when I take the Goldens, I usually put more time on them, more in the money. I usually put like one strike later from where all the money is for the same reason. A little bit of rolling over here at 247. Yeah, if you get a VIX lower than 20, yeah, that's what I do with the, that's what I do. It's, I do the exact same thing on the Goldens. Almost always 15 to 20% cheaper. I usually get them farther out in the money, but sometimes in spreads I buy them. And I've only gotten really fucked on, the only time I've ever gotten fucked on Goldens is typically on a stock that relies upon news to move, like airline, like any of the stocks that are like prone to shitty news. They never seem to work out for me. Like BA. Like news driven tickers. I hate Goldens on those. I've got VIX here at 2007. If you see VIX below 20, you will see a compression in volatility and we will continue to melt up. I don't see it at my, I'm at the VIX right now. All I see it at is 20.07. Maybe I'm having problems with my computer, maybe. Watching some puts on XLE 60p 916. Oof. September 16th 60p. Oh shit, that's low as fuck, right? Let's see that. No, that's not low. That's kind of a boring trade. More XLE puts 916 60C for $500,000 for another $500,000, another $500,000. XLE puts golden ticket September 16th 60p $1.4 million. XLE puts 916 60p $339,000. Makes you wonder if something happened to the Jane conference today. SPY, February 11th, 452p at $98,000. Watching another kind of a golden ticket. It's got a low algo score, but it's a lot of money. V for victory. Victory socks, if anybody knows it. The ticker is V. May 20th, 235C, $1.9 million. Loading up on some puts on XLE. It was under for like 10 seconds for a few minutes. Good old Verizon. Oh shit. You got to stick around the feed day in and
10
day
minutes
out.
now to close the pitch rating in bond markets for the day. The long bond up about 3/4 of a point. The 10-year up 11 ticks, yielding 1.92%. That's lower by 4 basis points or so on the day. The 10-year spread has narrowed to about 57.5 basis points, so the flattening in the U.S. yield curve continues, though the 10-30-year spread, the knob spread, sometimes seen as a leading indicator, is wider on the session.
I think it's hilarious when you do it. We're gonna have our own. Oh, Spy just shit the bed a little bit. We're gonna have our own insider talk, right? Our own insider speak. People are gonna start coming to the feed and just being like, "What are those people talking about?" We're gonna create all kinds of we're gonna create all kinds of like that's Gems language, a bunch of emojis and shit. A little bit of a quick dump on the Spy. So you guys, let's pick them, okay? Let's make this really simple. I'm gonna write it down, okay? I'm gonna write this down. Whoever wants to play, okay? Go slow. Go slow. So what we'll do is this. What we'll do is this is all right for the close today. Let me take a look at something real quick here. For the close today. Let me see. Let me look at something. Hold on here. I'm not fucking trading this. No fucking way. But hold on. What am I looking for here? Or all the the high beta shit like all right, so like let's go with Disney and Uber. Is Disney and Uber up or down on earnings? I think Uber's up. I think Disney's up. Fuck no, I'm writing it down. I'm writing down to see what you guys are going to say. I'm saying up on Uber and up on, you know what I'm going to say? Up on Uber, Disney, and Twitter. I'm going for the trifecta. I'm Uber bullish on all three. Tell me what you guys think. XBI. I'm fucking bullish on all three. I'm gonna bring up what am I looking for over here? I want to see Uber. And I do think they softened in the close. We've talked about that all day long, but I think Disney and Uber print. I don't know. Disney's been fucking pumping already, right? Jesus. Freaking pumping right into the close. Even if Disney does print, they're going to fuck you now. See, I knew this shit on Disney, why you can't play Disney in the close. Because they fucking pumped it. Looks like Spy's getting a little stinky. Spy's getting stinky pants now. Oh. Diz down, Uber up. Thinks that firm's going to beat. Yeah, they're front running Disney, which sucks. You can't even make the bet because of the bullshit with Disney. So we're limping into the 3 p.m. hour. Looks like we have a sell program currently. We know that these have been switching though, right? We'll like have a sell program and then all of a sudden we switch to massive buying. You guys knew that at 3 o'clock we'd start selling down. We talked about that, right? Volatility of the last hour. That's interesting. I think it can trade as low. I think if Disney has a bad fucking ER, that can trade as low as 120. Yeah, I couldn't put a trade together for Disney today. It all looked like dog shit on the long side. Small swan dive on SPY right now. Will the Bears get the print on 455p is the question. Do they get the end of the day bloodbath? Yeah, I think it can. I think if Disney has another bad ER, if they haven't, I mean that I listened to all their last guidance. I went down the rabbit hole on what they're trying to do, and they better say they've made some progress. Which I do. I appreciate too what they said their last ER. VIX calls VXX 218.19C. SQQQ calls February 11th 37C $40,000. QQQ puts $33,000. Buying them cheap puts right now. Dirt cheap puts. Volatility into the close. We know we've got some big names today. Unlike yesterday. You know, you had big names yesterday, but those are like bank favorites. These are retail favorites. Got Twitter.
Vallejo reportedly agreeing to buy Siemens stake in EV component joint venture for $277 million. On
the 1 minute, we got a tap here on the 200.
It's FR trading in Paris, France. Vallejo Powertrain Systems targeting greater than 11% EBITDA margin in 2025.
Bears wanting those cheap puts and those cheap VIX calls. Heading into CPI doom and gloom. I bet you Twitter's just full of shit right now about CPI tomorrow. Bunch of SPY puts, February 11th, 453p, $136,000. NVIDIA puts, $149,000. SQQQ calls, February 11th, 35C. Bears stepping in the game right now. Bears on the basketball court. Yeah, I was looking at the only option that I saw on Disney was buying stock, and then selling outside the money shit on it. Same thing on all the I couldn't find shit good on Uber, Disney. Didn't bother looking at Twitter. Here's one for you. I don't know. That's far out. This is a good one. Some of you guys I know are investors from out of the country. So CHRW, August 19th, 92.5C, $1.5 million. NVIDIA mixed bag right now. Watching a lot of day traders just trying to dip buy and buying puts. How far do we get a dip? Ooh, NCLH puts. Haven't seen those in a while. June 17th, 22.5 P, $151,000. It's our big bid in boat and cruise companies. Look at that black swan. Break out the swans. Break out the swans. Oh shit. Break out the swans. Break out the swans. Break out the black swans. Where are the swans at? Fucking Winky broke out the black swans today. You dirty bastard. Winky, what did you do? Who was saying that earlier, breaking out the black swans? We're only at 303 right now. Lots of SPY puts rolling in right now, folks. February 9th, 457p, $300,000. February 9th SPY puts, $93,000, 457p. Lots of SQQQ calls. This morning, who was talking about the swans?
For Digital World Acquisition, DWAC, Fox News reporting that Truth Social is now set to launch by the end of March. We saw some volatility in the name yesterday on a report that had circulated previously that they had delayed their February 21st launch date.
The bid on Tesla just got rug pulled. Release the swans.
Alpha Whiskey Alpha Charlie.
Careful on Tesla. Gotta take that profit, right? That sweet, sweet profit. Right up from 420. Bring it all the way to 460 right before CPI. Call your winners. Call your winners. Fuck yeah, I sold. Call your calls. Make your money. Take your money and run. More SPY puts. February 9th, 456 P. I have a pretty decent sell down here. Take your money and run. Pack it up. Bulls are packing it up. Yeah, prop desks are like, get fucked. Wrap it up. Dash puts February 11th, 102. That's another question too into this close is, are there any like sister or brother trades on some of these reports, right? So if let's say Uber has a shit report, does it impact anybody else? Disney, could they impact? If they had a shit report, you could trade something else that doesn't have a ton of IV on it. Put's starting to print. Oof. Got a little bit of a ramp on those 455s. Now up to almost 300,000 contracts. Yeah, liquidity is drying up on individual tickers right now. Yeah, be warned out there. There's a rug pull on buyers. Chewy, that's a good one. Pay attention to this one. Chewy, CHWY, April 14th, 55p, $706,000. I was looking at Chewy earlier today. I like that trade. No offense to you, Chewy. Yeah, you know what? I don't like that trade. Chewy's come down enough. I'll say no to that trade. Forget that I even said that. I don't like that Chewy trade. Maybe. It might print on a smaller scale, but I don't like it overall. I think there's easier trades. Do it next. There is a liquidity rug pull across the market right now. Here we go. Does it sell off? Circuit breaker. Sorry, I'm missing some what you guys are saying up there. I'm watching a screener right now. Would I consider adding calls at the bell? I don't like the idea of the volatility. I've been talking about this since this morning, right? At 3 p.m. you're going to expect volatility into the close. We have some big names that are reporting today, unlike yesterday. I mean, we have big names yesterday, but they're not as volatile. Uber, Disney, Twitter are most definitely going to impact the market. The other note for today, though, too, is that we traded up to 457.59, which is the gamma flip level. This is the place where bears fulfill most of the pain. Some will capitulate. Some then you're looking for call expansion. If you don't see the call expansion, you'll see shit like this take place. So you're going to see some volatility from now into tomorrow. My assumption would be you'll see volatility into tomorrow. Guys saying there's some hidden bids on ES right now. See if we can find them. Down here at 455. Take note of 455. 454. Supposedly there's some here at 455.80. So we're still going down, I think. My assumption is, well, just like a mosquito, right? We'll be attracted to these lower buyers. The buyers are lower right now. They're not higher. All right, so that's your question. Are you going to buy this? More buyers just stepped in here. You see the buyers just stepping in just right at this moment? See this yellow bar stepping in right here? See if we can see them if they're there. What do they do? Is this spoofing right here, maybe? 455.87. Looks like it's fucking spoofing. No shit, that's what the JPM head of cash trading said. Yeah, I talked to a guy last night that was saying the same thing. Yeah, there's some buyers hiding down here. I don't know if they're spoofing to just get a better price. Miro. Looks like they're spoofing to get the price lower. I'm going to be looking for down here somewhere. There's all this, like there's all this right here is spoofing. At 455. Any lower or are they higher? Yeah, it's at 455. Trade it down. Roblox calls. Well, I gotta look at something for you guys. Hang tight here. Yeah, it's down here. There's a guy down here. I gotta look closer here. Right in here. Someone wants to buy cheap. Someone wants to buy dirt cheap. Send it down, baby. Send it down. Send it down. SPY 228, 456p, $333,000. Send it down. Send it down. Send it down. Here's a buyer down here, right? There's hold on, I'm gonna show you guys what's going on here. You can see him coming in right here, here, and down here, right at 455. But right in here, see him, bam, bam, bam. All right, you cover your shorts yet? Twitter calls. We're going to look to see on February 11th some calls here. 460 is only $1.23. Today's Wednesday, right? I'm going to load up in some calls here. $463. I don't know if we can get that high. Does it matter if we get that high? Or can I just sell them to some other sucker? Not giving them the bid though either.
For Atos, ATO, and Paris, France, they're offering up some additional information in their 2021 financial figures, saying they're in a position to indicate that the impairment of goodwill and other non-current assets will amount to $1.9 billion, and that the impairment will be booked to reflect lower recognition of deferred tax assets of the group.
So I'm looking to buy.
The group will also book a second half 2021 impairment of contract assets, reserves for bad debts, and a provision for future losses of up to €500 million.
I'm looking at Friday 460C. Should I just miss like 10 cents
Atos
on
will be
them?
hosting a conference call tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Eastern European time.
We're down to like 120 now. They're up to 130.
They are reiterating their free cash flow guidance provided back on January 10th.
I just missed buying a call. Fuck.
We're inside 40 minutes now. 40 minutes, the U.S. cash equity closed. The 10-year yield at 1.91%. Excuse me, 1.94% in the U.S. 10-year yield. Still lower by about 2 basis points on the day. The 210 spread at about 59 basis points.
So I'm looking at 460Cs right now for
the Dow up 260, the S&P up 55 handles as we push towards the close.
Watching calls come in on Roblox. 70 C's for 211. 75 C's for 211. 50 grand. Twitter call. More Twitter calls for tomorrow. Apple calls. Not a lot of money on that. Twitter calls 220 grand. I'm looking for a cheaper price on these calls. Twitter 211. 39C for $220,000. The Apple calls are 177.50 for $39,000. Calls are now down to $1.26. I didn't pick them up. They were at like $1.21, then they ripped up to $1.30. So I'm just waiting to see if I can grab them. More Roblox calls. Note on Roblox. Keep seeing those calls come in. 218.80C, $90,000. More Roblox calls. 220 February 25th, 78C, $43,000. You know, another thing too on these calls for 460, I haven't seen them grown yet either. They've been sticking around like 82,000 contracts. I haven't seen like a bunch come in. So no one's really buying a ton of these calls yet. They're up to $1.32 now. Kind of pissed off I didn't get those. SPY 294 SPY February 9th, 457 C for $27,000. Missed the trade. Fuck. I'm listening to this guy talk in the background. Sorry for swearing. No, I'm not trying to make them print heavy. I'm just trying to sell them to somebody else. Well, I'm not going to get them for the price that I want them at then. I ain't buying them anyways. My assumption is that that was a short covering that just took place. That's bullish, just so you guys want to know. That was a short covering move there from 3, you know, or 235 until 318. That's a very bullish indicator what just took place, just as a heads up. Overall. Marvel, MRVL, February 18th, 80C, 80C, $630,000. Whole load of XLF puts coming in the door. April 14th, 39P, $800,000. XLF, April 14th, 39P, $173,000. XLF, April 14th, 39P, $90,000. AAL, American Airlines, August 19th, 17P, $275,000. So we've seen a couple puts structures coming in today against some airlines out into June. FAS, Foxtrot Alpha Sierra, April 14th, 135P, $600,000. Did bookmap freeze? Yeah, it's freezing on my end too. I don't know why. Hold on. It's freezing on my end too. Oh, it didn't freeze. I hit the fucking button on it. Sorry, guys. That was me, my bad. That was my bad. I had it locked up. I had it frozen myself. I clicked up the... I was looking for where the sneaky Pete was down there buying long. There was someone that was covering a short to take long. Whether you, I don't know if you know that or not. So that sell down 457.59. I think that was short covering. And you could see the spoofing down below here. It was a nice buy. If we can sell off a little bit more, I'd be happy. I'll grab some calls. I want the price. I want the better price. More Roblox calls coming in. The other thing that's bothering me is those XLF puts. There, even though XLF is recovering, there's a lot of leaning in on XLF. I can't believe I just missed that fucking trade. I'm so pissed. So pissed I missed that trade. Fuck. Time to throw a chair across the room. I can't believe I missed that trade. I'm sitting here listening to the guy talking in the background. I'm like looking at the screener and I'm like, no emotions. Cannot believe I missed that trade. Cannot believe I missed that trade. Now I'm furious. Hulk angry. No emotions. Day's been pretty good in Vesqua. Wife and kids gonna leave. You got those? Yeah, I didn't get them. I missed them. Everything's doing great. Made a bunch of money on holding some calls overnight. Bought some more calls. Almost broke even on them. Lost a little bit of money on the way up today. Missed the trade down on 457.59, then tried to grab this trade back up. Missed that one just by timing. So I'm flat right now, generally. I've still got some put spreads out there. I've got some fucking run calls. That I gotta manage some run calls and stuff like that. Where you at, Invesqua? You still there, Invesqua? Pissed off I missed that trade. Not gonna lie. Been sitting around here waiting for this all day long. No, I cut those 460s loose. I was looking for that trade up to 460 earlier. But I'm pissed because that was a very bullish trade right there. That was short covering by a big mover, big player. So if we trade back a bit, if we trade back a little bit from here, I'll try to grab him again. This is a bullish context. QQQ's February 11th. Fuck me, that pisses me off. Sorry. QQQ's 367C 211 for February 11th, 367C, $147,000. SPY, February 11th, 462C, $116,000. MGM. Haven't seen MGM calls at all today. February 18th, 50C for $110,000. Uber, Disney.
International Flavors, IFF, Wall Street Journal reporting that Icon has a roughly $600 million stake.
Uber,
IFF
February.
reportedly to add Church and Dwight's Barry Bruno to its board.
Looks like the gamblers are stepping in. Uber, 211.45C, $39,000.
Report also saying 3G, an entity related to 3G, is a stake in IFF as well. International Flavors and Fragrance, India Franklin. This report saying that the company is in a settlement agreement with holder Carl Icahn.
So you've been positioning yourself for the action
International
next few
Flavors
weeks.
and Fragrance moving new session highs this afternoon, up about 3%.
Yeah, baby. Ike and Carl, baby. Short position ES, although I'm hedged with
No
some
Roblox shares continue to tick higher. CNBC reporting on the strength today, as we noted in our headline, on this partnership with Roblox. They did announce a partnership initially back in November 2021, but announcing this latest update today. Romeo Bravo Lima X-ray being reported on CNBC currently.
So you heard that, right? Some internal news coming out. Did you guys just copy that? You're currently holding country in a minute. Yeah, but you're still trading up with the calls, Invesco. We were just talking about that today. So if you're taking on any short positions, that you trade the upswings as well and manage your put positions. Well, no, if they run Disney up here into the bell, then they're not going to print shit tomorrow. That's the problem. Damn, I wanted those calls so bad. I'm so pissed. Now I've been trading the same way, Invesco. I've been protecting everything. I've got I've had a bunch of different protective puts on, and then I'm trading up as we trade higher. And I've paid for all my puts at this point, and I've been making money. I've been making money for a few days now. Make a lot of money. Yeah, the Disney trade sucks. It's dog shit. The dog shit trade, not worth it. Yeah, man. Invesco. I used to run risk on all the time. Risk on. And I'm just unwilling to do it now. I know what the game is right now. I can't tell anybody. Well, I don't tell anybody, but the game is to take all of our money away that we made in the last couple of years. I'm just unwilling to give it up. That was a baller trade, by the way. Any of you that were able to grab those calls? A baller trade. Huh? My puts aren't just naked, like not naked puts. I'm not selling calls, but I'm not just bag holding puts. They're spreads. All I need them to do is to touch, and I'm good. Can't believe I missed that trade. Now we think we're hitting 460 today. I was trying to buy when we're down at 450. I was trying to buy them down at 455.76. I'm so cheap. I didn't just eat the 5 cents. It was more. It was 9 cents or something. SPY calls February 9th 458C for $43,000. Is NDX back? Yeah, NDX is back over again. 15,043, up 300 points in the day. Back to flipping the gamma to the gamma level to positive again. Watching some SPY puts come in. Looks like people are reloading a little bit, or at least maybe it's the same guy. He just bought February 18th 457p for $379,000 for February 18th. So SPY puts February 18th, 457p, $379,000. Yeah, that's what everybody's been talking about. Invesqua is that everybody knows that we're getting a shitty CPI. I guess the question is, does it mean we don't dump because everybody knows? What's your thoughts on that, Invesqua? Yeah, the reaction is the most important thing. Jan. We haven't talked about Piton at all today. Nice little swan dive. Am I gonna get my cheap calls? Are you guys gonna give me a second chance at my cheap calls? Come back to daddy. Get down here.
Douglas Elliman, DOUG, they are reporting preliminary
cheap calls.
Record-breaking sales for 2021.
Get back here now. You guys think you're gonna ride this shit up without me? SPY puts 218, right? Those came in. They were like $400,000. I told you about those already. I haven't told you about these though. SPY puts 225, 450p for February 25th. That must be Winky. February 25th, 450p, $200,000. SPY puts February 9th, 457p, $30,000. You guys all thought you were funny, huh? It's okay though, because those 460 Cs are still up to $1.45. They haven't lost any of their value. So none of you guys should even be upside down that trade, even with that sell-off. And the interest on those calls has moved up. There's now 90,000 contracts out there. So there's some premium juicing going on. Volatility last hour, right? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. We were talking about that. Invesco, we talked about soften the blow, right? You're right. Or it's part of all of it. There's a whole bunch of mechanics going on. Part of it is they do want to soften the blow. I think that that's like 10-15% of what's going on too. And they put it where they want to put it, right? They've already pre-planned the whole fucking thing out. It's like a symphony. Bunch of kabuki theater inside of the banks. PayPal calls July 15th, 155C. I like that trade a lot, actually. You guys are always looking for tickers to trade. July 15th, 155C. PayPal. Just buy the underlying. You don't need to buy options on that. Just buy some PayPal. Know that you're going to have to hold it for a cycle. 3 to 6 months. Yeah, I think there's a big player in here. If I had to guess right now, there's a big player in here and they're short covering. This is an entire short covering operation. I'm still bullish here, by the way. Yeah, Invesco. I'm not bearish here at this moment. I want to buy them again. I mean, not again. I didn't get to buy them at all. They're down to $1.42 now. I want them at $1.20, please. Too expensive. I figured if I bought them at $1.20, that I might have to buy them at 60 cents tomorrow at some point. So I'm already like, this is the riskiest part of the buy-in at $1.20. 60 cents tomorrow would be like averaging into those calls for Friday. But I don't want to miss a melt up if we stay higher than for that 457 or no, whatever it is. 457.74. I'm like trying to calculate buying in these calls. Like quick math in my mind. So like $1.20, don't mind averaging down to like 60 cents.
Blackstone Bravo X-Ray reportedly their auto repair business Service King is considering Chapter 11 amid a cash crunch.
Yeah.
Lenders to the collision repair Service King has reportedly signed non-disclosure agreements ahead of a likely debt restructuring.
I'm just looking to get a buy-in that's fucking reasonable. Can I get a reasonable buy-in, please? This is a big player right here. Someone's doing short covering, buying, short covering, buying. Or I guess that's what I'm saying. It could be someone just unloading long positions too. I guess there's another side of that trade. I'm waiting. It's either short covering or it's somebody cutting loose longs. Everybody's loading off. There's more in the bag. I promise we're going up. I might stay flat now. At this point, unless I get a better fucking price, I'm gonna get stingy again. It's Pelosi. You're going to sell the implied move on Uber? Right on, Danny. Yeah, I think there's too much I think you can on Uber and on Disney unless there's something that I'm not seeing. I think you can sell the implied move. The only one I'm seeing on Disney is I think it can go down to 117 if they have an ugly ER. I can look it up right now. I can look up the implied moves and all these things. I can get a better implied move on both of these tickers. Let's look at Uber. Danny, what do you have as an implied move on? So on Uber, I've got an implied move of as low as 36.60. and 43.40, 43.83 on the high. Not a big move. That's only between now and the 11th. I guess that's a 9% move. I shouldn't say it's not a big move. Bulls expect, between now and 211, what I've got is 9%, the expected move. That's pretty I mean, it's not that big. Yeah, the problem is that everyone knows that the February print is bullshit every year. So Miro's disagreeing, saying this isn't short covering on the DOM, adding to shorts and hedging short positions. Hold on here. Delta on ES negative. Yeah, we've had a nasty negative hero indicator all day long, Miro. We had hedging this morning too, some major hedging coming in. Thanks, Willie. Yeah, I'm looking for a better price. I'm not getting them. I don't like the price right now in longs. I tried to grab some longs cheap earlier, couldn't get them, missed them. And then now the price is way too high. I can't justify paying it. Also, just watched some puts slip in just now on February 11th, 4:55 p. Ow. My headphones are killing me. I had to take those fucking things off. Watching Twitter calls. A mixed bag, right? Watching Twitter puts. February 11th, 36p for $161,000. Tesla calls. February 11th, Disney calls. February 11th, 150C for $327,000. Man, you'd need a print higher than 150 for those to print, though. I don't like those at all. SPY puts. February 14th, 457p, $180,000. Mixed bag across the board. There's a lot of betting going on right now. Watching, like, not even going to list them off to you. Just got bulls and bears just buying and selling calls like wildfire right now. Twitter 40Cs for 211. I don't like those either. Snap 916. I like the idea of Snap 2, Snap, PayPal. I like the idea of accumulating those stocks right now. September 16th, 44C, $650,000. $9% on Uber. I think Disney has the better chance of trading outside on a sell of its implied move than Uber does. Or maybe the risk on Uber is that it trades higher. Watching wild options action into the close here. Both sides of the trade. Watching lots of small contracts on SPY, like $30,000, $40,000 contracts on SPY. All for today. just for today, right? For February 9th, and then watching large contracts come out on the SPY on the bear side. SPY 211, 457p, $705,000. Yeah, it's hot garbage right now. Overvalued on PayPal. It's not my best pick. I'm not going to claim PayPal as my best pick. I think there are better ones. I think it's better off down at that $80, $90. Then that could swing down to $80, $90, but I'd rather be dollar cost averaging down here than at 310 on PayPal. It's close enough for horseshoes and hand grades, in my opinion. It could continue to sell down, but at $118 or so, not too bad. It's close. It's closer than Apple is. Much closer than Apple. You're doing fine, Miro. This is gonna fall off a cliff. Yeah, the Disney trade in the close is gonna be a shit show, because even if it does go up, it's kind of it's gonna fuck with everything. Disney trade, if you're a buyer, is not. I don't know. I don't think it's the trade into the bell. I'm just gonna pick a winner. I'm not saying that you should be trading it or the long side. I just think that the ERs are gonna be good for. Or I think Uber's ER is gonna be good for their guidance. I think Disney's guidance will be good. I think Twitter's guidance is going to be good. I think they're going to matter. I think all three companies are going to matter. They're mostly that they're, yeah, it was really busy. Yeah. It ain't worth it. I'm just looking. So oftentimes I don't trade the market with PE. Well, I trade with PE. I mostly trade it with where did the banks buy in and where did they take their profit. And you can see where PayPal they bought in, and you can see that they were pretty close to them juicing, like taking all the last profits out of it. That's how I look at PayPal. I look at a lot of companies a lot differently than a lot of people do. People like to look at fundamentals. I do to an extent. Like, of course, I'm going to look at fundamentals in a company like Peloton, or, you know, like Bitcoin being taken over by or being shut down by the US or something like that. But when it comes to a pretty sound company, PayPal's kind of a sound company. It looks like the banks just took their profit. I don't believe most of the negative news on PayPal. It's used to take profit. SPY calls February 11th, 460p. Twitter calls 40C. Yeah, crap calls. Uber. Look at it. Watch them all print, but everything's so juiced right now on these stocks. 356. 4 minutes left. I want to take a peek and see if there's anything worth buying or selling. Oh shit! You guys ready for this? I'm going to probably be flat. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Into this bell, I'm probably going to be flat. I want to see if there's a dip maybe on some reports that come out. Piton, golden ticket, March 18th, 41C, $1 million. Ugh. Gross. Piton, March 18th, 41C, $1 million. Killing me, Piton. Killing me. Piton. Nikola calls. $30 million in calls on Nikola. Luckin Coffee has some calls rolling through right now. Luckin Coffee with some calls. We got buyers on SPY right now with just 3 minutes left. I don't know why you'd be buying SPY calls at this exact moment. There's been many opportunities to buy SPY calls. I don't know why you're buying them here. SPY February 9th. Oh, must be to pin it. February 9th, 457C for $27,000. That must be somebody protecting a position. Big BX said exactly 135 for pulling back. This is not natural. QQQ's puts February 11th, 367p for 400 grand. Cha-ching. This is going to be interesting. This bell is going to be interesting. 100%. This bell is going to be interesting. So we'll get the ER statements in a few seconds live as we hit the bell here. We've got 2 minutes left. Hope everybody's had a great day with us one way or another. I had a great morning, so I should be happy about that. But of course I want everything to be a win.
1 minute to the close of the earnings front. We'll get CoreCivic, Walt Disney, Equifax, iRobot, Mattel, MGM Resorts, Molina Health, Motorola Solutions, O'Reilly Automotive, Pilgrim's Pride, Sonos, Twilio, and Uber.
Yeah, I'm interested in Twilio too. We should have talked about Twilio today. Twilio's a good trade. I should have taken that long. I should have thought about taking that as a long trade today. Should have bought some zero dates on that one. Didn't think about Twilio. Uber at the bell, 211, 38.5C, $163,000. Gamblers Anonymous. 359, less than a minute left. Sonos team, stand up. Good time to get some cheap puts. I might have a trade here. I might have a trade depending upon all these reports here after the bell. We'll see what happens here. Disney. Uber slightly down after the bell. Disney up after the bell. Disney up to 148.25 after the bell. Boom, Uber up after the bell. Hell yeah. Too bad you couldn't sell your calls on.
MCore EME, 42.2 million in revenue. Echo Michael Kilo Romeo. In the year ago period. iRobot IRBT reporting fourth quarter revenue at 455 million, below the 462 consensus estimate. India Romeo Bravo Tango, a loss of $1.05 per share versus a loss of 88 cents expected. AGLE announcing a common stock offering. Alpha Golf Lima Echo.
ACR MES A reporting loss 26 cents, worse than loss 9 cents expected. Michael Echo Sierra Alpha.
Not big movement yet, though. I mean, Disney's only up 0.65%. Uber's, I mean, they could really fuck people. If they could open flat on Disney or Uber tomorrow, they're going to burn both sides.
Seagen SGEN, 430 million in revenue, above the 403 consensus estimate. Sierra Golf Echo November.
Give me some big red candles or big green candles either side. Disney down 1.85%. Uber down after the bell 70%, 0.7%, excuse me. Uber down 1.5%. Disney down 1.5%. I don't know if this is just volatility at this point. What do we got on Blackstone here? Let's see what they're set. Wait a minute. Did I just miss Blackstone? Or did I just miss? I thought we got a Blackstone report. We just get a BX report or not? Oh shit. Blackstone down 1% at the bell. Hey, Winky, did you close your Blackstone calls? Were you in Blackstone calls? After the bell, some buying on the SPY.
PHAT, Fathom Pharmaceuticals announcing positive top-line results from a phase 2 trial. Papa Hotel Alpha Tango.
Yeah, it's nice having Trade the News give us the reports before everybody else gets them. Car clients facing bankruptcy for BX. Yeah, but Twitter's report's not till tomorrow, right?
Uber UBER reporting 5.78 billion in revenue, above the 5.4 consensus estimate. Uniform Bravo Echo Romeo.
Nice. Nice, Uber. Yes, Uber. Disney's up 5%.
Loss of 44 cents in Uber versus a loss of 33 cents expected. Mattel MAT reporting adjusted EPS of 53 cents a share.
Don't be
Disney $21.8 billion in revenue versus $21.2 billion consensus. $6 for earnings beats the 57 estimate for Delta Indy Sierra.
What's Uber doing? Thought Uber beat. The hell's going on with Uber? Uber, come on, computers. Come on, algos.
And Twilio reporting a loss of 20 cents a share on revenue of 843 million. Big beat there on the revenue line. Earnings in line for Tango Whiskey Lima Oscar.
Twilio up 12%.
Guiding first quarter revenue 855 to 865.
Come on, baby.
Consensus is 808. An adjusted loss of 22 to 26 cents for the next quarter versus a loss of
Look at those beats.
10 cents expected.
Yes.
TWLO.
Am I going to go 3 for 3 here? Am I going 3 for 3 on Uber, Disney, and Twilio? Give me some of that Twitter beat tomorrow. That'll be 4 in a row.
I'm exploring redomiciling from the UK to the US.
Rocket ship.
Tango Echo Alpha Michael.
Rocket ship, Uber. Uber's implied move is to 46.26, I believe. Or maybe it was lower. Can't remember what I called it at. Because now it's moving. Now the implied move is moving on me. I forget what I called it earlier. I think it was $40 or something. So it looks like they beat their implied move on Uber. Or they are right now currently. Disney's up 13%. Banger. Twilio's up 14%. Another banger. Hello, ladies. You get all the shareholders are selling out. They're like, get me the fuck out of Uber. Yeah, it looks like a beat on Uber. It looks like a beat on Disney. Twilio's a kind of a beat, but their guidance is kick-ass, I guess. That's what I'm getting at this point. Don't hold me to that. Also, after the bell, watching more hedging on IWM. At 4:04, we got March 18th. This is more of that hedge rolling, right? IWM hedge roll. March 18th, 197p for $3.7 million. IWM, this is the second day in a row the IWM hedging has been coming in. Just seeing massive hedging on IWM for two straight days. Just be aware of that, okay? I had the same.
Sonos SONO shares continue to move higher in the earnings feeds here, Oscar. Remember, Oscar.
So this is the second day in a row, okay? You're watching IWM puts again. March 18th, 197p for $3.7 million, $3.6 million, $1.5 million, and then $2 million. Second day of major hedging in IWM, which is the engine of the market, right? It's the underneath the hood kind of a thing of SPY, too. Well, yeah, what their estimate was of softball because their last earnings, it was a disaster. Yeah, you see the Uber Bulls in there? There was a whole bunch of like zing, zing, zing in here. So far, 3-peat right now. So far, a 3-peat in all three, right? Uber positive, Disney positive, Twilio up 22%. That probably was the trade right there, Twilio. Nobody was talking about Twilio. Nobody was talking about Twilio. Didn't see any calls on Twilio. Disney needs to print over 150, I think.
Motorola Solutions, MSI, $2.85 on the adjusted line.
So,
that's about better than the 274 expected.
So you want to see Disney up tomorrow to open like at 160, 170. Something crazy like that. Twilio up to $258. Banging. Uber up to $43. I think it was $40 for Uber for the implied move. But this stuff has to stick for tomorrow. It's important that it sticks. More IW. I already got you guys on that 10 milli right on IWM. Twilio banging right now. Uber ripping. Ripping. Pure ripping. March 18th. 10 million. What was that? One? No, was that 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, $11 million in IWM hedging for March 18th. They did the same thing yesterday, bought another 10 million yesterday. Yeah. Is it really a big Peru stock? Yeah, I like the idea of that trade. There was not. I didn't see any flow on that trade, and it's kind of reflected right now, right? It's up 26%. It's up huge, huge, huge. 260. All right, so we're going to wrap it up here soon. I got 3 minutes left. We're going to see if anything else comes in after the bell. Just beware that someone's buying hedges on IWM. I am flat right now outside of, like, no new trades. I've got some shit kicking around in Options AI. Other than that, though, I'm nothing. I got a few minutes later here. I'm not willing to buy this close on SPY. It might trade up. I'm not willing to put the risk on for it. I want to wait.
Marquette MQ, they're announcing a new CFO, so raising their expectations for the fourth quarter 2021. Michael, go back.
I'm still going to play it safe into CPI tomorrow morning. Yeah, I think it needs to be above 160, right, Invesco? Above 150. Yeah, thanks all you guys out there. Like and subscribe, please. Helps keep this shit going on. Oh, Tiramia tipped. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, hell yeah. I didn't notice you guys tipped. I appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel. You guys all have a great night. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy anything on this close. We got 2 minutes left. Yeah. I don't know if I need to. One minute left to close. I'm gonna take a look at the. Yeah, those calls are now. They were $1.21. They're now up to $1.72. I missed that trade. That kind of pisses me off. I missed that trade on those 460 calls. I'm salty about it. I'm salty. I'm definitely salty on that shit. I'm salty on not getting those calls at the price I wanted them at. I'm pissy about it. That's that competitiveness, right? It's always that competitive. It's that very high level of competitiveness.
MGM Resorts reporting.
Let's look at MGM real quick.
Revenue of $3.06 billion, and Michael Golf Michael above
Nice.
The 2.77 consensus estimate, 12-cent profit.
MOH, 7.17 billion in revenue, beats 7.13 billion consensus, $1.74 for earnings.
MGM
Just
slightly
earnings
up.
288 for MOH, beats the 282 consensus.
Up 2%. That should climb. MGM now up 3%. All right, you guys have a wonderful night. I'm gonna cut a lot.
MOH guiding full year revenue 29.5 billion at the midpoint, below the 30.8 billion expectation. Michael Oscar Hotel.
Oh, what are you asking? Shouldn't SPY retest that trend line it broke out of? Would fill that big gap. What are you guys saying? Who writes check? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm missing some of this conversation. I wouldn't be here if you weren't so greedy. That's from the military and playing sports all my life. High level of I used to get in trouble. I used to, when I was young, when I played sports and I was young, I had a coach. I used to beat myself up if I wasn't performing at a very high level. And I would it was I don't know if it's a character defect, but I would push myself and push myself and push myself, and I had a coach mentor that helped me along with that. But I still, to this day, if I miss something or don't catch a trade, I get pretty fucking angry about it. And I'll be pissed all night long about it that I missed the trade. That shit grates me. Isn't that crazy? Which phrase? Like I'm salty when I miss a trade? Pretty pissy about it right now. Pretty angry. I don't know why I get angry over that stuff. I was paying attention to the wrong stuff. Wouldn't be here if I weren't so greedy. It's a good shirt. How do I resolve? Glass of whiskey. Glass of whiskey will probably help. I'm gonna write that one down. Wouldn't be here. Fuck. Seriously. Wouldn't be here if I weren't that if I weren't that greedy. Like that one. Damn it. Yeah. Well, not only am I greedy, but then I get refused to pay a price for something. That's one of my faults. Like one of my rules is that I won't pay. I have a rule where if the price I want to pay for it, I'll pay for it so that I can live with the trade if it fails. And then I'm calculating if I have to average into that trade later for a lower price. But sometimes I'll miss the trade. Like I just missed that trade and I would have still made money off it. So not only am I greedy, but then I'm kind of cheap on what I want to pay. I miss trades sometimes that way, but it works out in the long run, but it still pisses me off. Yeah, I don't break shit. Well, only one time. One time I broke an office down to pieces. I broke my chair down to pieces. I was pretty upset. Had to ask the family to leave. That's a true story. That was a couple years ago. I like sent the family away and then I just lost it. I lost a lot of money. I lost 6 figures. And I was very, very angry. I missed 460Cs expiring on Friday. They went down as low as $1.20, $1.21. I think they closed at $1.70 or something. It was a beautiful trade. I was, in my view, I saw short covering into close. So I was very bullish into the close. And I'm not looking for a full print. If I could have caught just 50 cents, I would have been stoked. But at $1.70 at the bell, I could take whatever hit happens between now and open tomorrow. What was I aiming for, Miro? I was aiming for
CEO on
buffer.
CNBC now following the earnings report, just confirming that they're bidding for the NFL Sunday ticket.
Yeah, Roblox was another one that came out today earlier. Fuck. All right. You guys have a great afternoon. We'll play again tomorrow. We got one more day, or we got 2 more days. Yeah, nobody tell Quinn. I'll give you a call right now, Joe. You guys all have a great day. Mary, take it easy, brother. Hopefully we sell this down, these futures down, and we get some panic in the markets tomorrow, and I won't regret that I didn't buy those calls. I mean, in all honesty, what I probably would have done is probably would have cut them loose at like 4:14, taken my money and ran anyways and been flat into tomorrow. You've destroyed? Yeah, they were. But now they're $1.70. Binky, take it easy, brother. Now they're like $1.70, so I fucked up. It's okay. I was paying attention to the guy who was talking. I'm like looking at I'm sitting here in the options chain to buy them. And then I was paying attention to the guy talking. And I moved my eyes away from the screen. Dude, you know, that shit's like 5 seconds. Like, you got to be fast. You got to be fast. You got to get the right price. You guys all have a great afternoon. So, some traders bought them today for like $1.25. So they're making some money. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon. I'll catch you guys all in the morning. Yeah, we'll see if we're done. I thought we were done. I mean, that's the other side, right, Maro? There's like 2 sides to the thought process right now, is that longs from 420 are going to be dumping. here, and then you've got the bulls trying to say we're going higher. I think our ceiling's 480 at max. I ain't seeing that I don't even think we trade to 470. I think maybe we could trade to 470, maybe, if we're lucky. But I think we're range bound. I think we're range bound between 430 right now, 440, and 460, maybe 470. I think the bulls are going to come in for an awakening still. Unless I see different flow. I mean, I'm not seeing the flow, man. I'm not seeing the flow saying we're going higher. I got to see that flow for us to go higher. You guys all have a great evening. You guys take it easy. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.